looking for. I'm just setting up the stream. It'll take a couple of minutes. Warno, ornaments, looking for. I'm just setting up the stream. It'll take a couple of minutes. Warno, ornaments, looking for. I'm just setting up the stream. It'll take a couple of minutes. Warno, ornaments. Alright, there we go. Hope you're all doing well, guys. Wherever you are in the world. Time for a tournament. USS Liberty wants to be my friend. Average day in Warno. That's the stream demonetized. So, first game. We're against 20th Panzera, and we're picking Donkey Kong. So this is the draft. The draft is pretty simple. Basically, you're only allowed to play each NORTHAG div once, right? So the first one, you don't have to tell what you played in the last game because you can only play each one once. So yeah, I banned East German. He banned 9th US. I picked Polish Airborne Marine Descent Corpus, and he picked 20th Polish Tank. We're on Chemical Training, which is this map. Yeah, I've duplicated. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. So this is just Chemical Duel, basically. It's a shame they didn't put it in ranked. I mean, obviously, ooh, it's bad. So is Two Lakes. Two Lakes has literally never left the ranked map pool, and it is terrible. So, really makes you think. During the game itself, I will not be checking the chat because that would be cheating. I know there are people who do it when they're streaming tournament games. I can't really stop them. It's a very difficult thing to police, but I do have some self-respect. So this is my my deck for the game. Playing Polish Donkey Kong. Great map for Polish Donkey Kong. I wanted to play 9th US, but he banned it. I probably shouldn't have banned 9th East German. There's lots of duplicate numbers in this update, so now there's 4th East German, which was already in the game, and then they added in this update 4th Dutch, 4th Polish, and 4th UK. So, pretty funny one. What can I say? So, can we fix the doubled audio before the game? What doubled audio? This update, 4th Dutch, 4th Polish, and 4th... There shouldn't be a doubled audio. Or did you type that before it was fixed? Anyway, we shall end the first poll. We shall start the second poll. Who will win? Hippie. Who will win? You had two windows open. RO 32 on Chemical. Hippie. Polish. Donkey Kong. Res Norse. Polish 20th Tank. So that's the new poll, and I'll host a lobby for my opponent to join. Always enable spectate. Oh, I've got the wrong name. What was it again? Hashtag poll. Hashtag... I did write this down somewhere. UK 3 armored. Hashtag large. Open. Hippie. Close. Hashtag poll. Hashtag UK 3 armored. There we go. Just copy that in case it's wrong. And go into solo just to see if it works. Nah, the UK 3 armored, it's busted. So what we have to do here real quick is watch a hippie YouTube video. Don't worry, there's a hippie YouTube video here which explains how to get all of the flags and stuff. Hey guys, just a really... And it should be in here. How is it spelled? UK_3 armored. Rookie mistake. Rookie error. So, back to here. Change nickname. UK_3 armored. UK_3 armored. There we go. Back into the game. Don't know why I bother getting rid of the AI. Maybe you should buy NORTHAG. You should just give me 20 euros instead. But yes, it is about 20. So there we go. It's there, but I've done it the wrong way round. We've got time. He's not messaged me. He's probably still building his deck. So there we go. And then there we go. Oh, we're almost there, guys. Whoops. This is marked as a loss on my stats every time I do it. And previous Balance Man used to talk about how I have a low win rate, and so my opinions don't matter as much as somebody with an 80% win rate. And part of the reason I have a low win rate is because I go into single player to test stuff, and it's marked as a loss every time unless you finish the whole game. But hey, that's enough about the past. We move forwards to a bright future where I open this lobby. RO32 and then res join. No, yeah, I can just put it on private and send him the invite code. Don't steal my invite code, bros. So it needs to be pact versus pact. Chemical training. Pact versus pact. And now we wait. Wait, hang on. Oh, he was watching the stream, so he knows my whole deck. Yikes, dude. Don't think it makes too much of a difference. But he asked me if he should rename himself, which means he was watching. What can I say? I did tell people not to ping me during the games, because there are other admins and I'm the guy who's streaming. Obviously the guy I'm playing against can ping me. He said he's not cheating. How would he know I was talking about that? Right, so yeah, I to be honest, in a way, well, I don't know, because you can still play NATO versus NATO. It is weird that they don't do mixed modes, but I feel like every game would just be a mixed mode and it would get really boring. But then it's like, well, why should that be a problem? Why is that an issue? If people want to play like that, it's their copy of the game. So yeah, and then when he said I've closed the stream, and then I said, how would he know that I said that? And then he sent me another message about it. But no, I'm just messing with him. It's not a big deal. I wonder if he is ready. Anyway, in the meantime, got our secret sauce here. I got the hippie, the giant hippie. There we go, get that in there. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, yeah, his connection's gone to 1 star. Oh, is it me? Is it me? Have I lost internet? Hello? Somebody say something in chat. No, I'm still around. Weird. I pressed enter and it didn't send the message. Something up with the Eugen servers. That's weird. Nobody's typing it. Yeah, you're saying I'm fine. I doubt it's a technical limitation. You lost the stream for several seconds. Stream dead? Really? What? I haven't done anything. I've got gigabit internet. I never have a problem with it. It's weird because some of you are saying there's no problem, and some of you are saying there is a problem. So I don't know if it's just you guys. Weird. I must have lost connection for a second. How is it? Well, the session is not full, my friend. I guess I'll have 2 more slots maybe, huh? So he said he swapped his internet, so that's what happened there. He swapped his internet, and the rest of you were taking the piss out of me, and it's working. He got me to panic a bit there. He swapped his internet, that's why he dropped out. So, send the giant hippie. No, it still doesn't work. I actually can't type anything in the chat. I'm a bit worried now. Should I try remaking the lobby? There's a lot of people making lobbies though, so maybe it's something else. Weird, maybe there's a problem with the lobby. But if I remake it, I might not be able to get a server again. I might not be able to enable spectate. Yeah, okay, apparently the lobby chat's bugged. But he says he's ready, I say I'm ready. Let's try and play. And then if there is a disconnect, we might have time to redo it. Weird. So, how's it going, everybody? Thank you for calling me handsome. I honestly think I'm really ugly, but it's besides the point. And welcome to this Polish versus Polish game between Hip and Finest Soldier of Pilsudski, or Finest Sold. We're both Polish today, and we're on Chemical Training, the first map of the tournament. Let's get the... Yeah, this is not recording. RO32. I've got Burger12 in chat. Wouldn't be a hippie stream without... Oh, I remember now, yeah. I was going to say, well, where's my forward deployed CV? There it is. So, I am on the good side, at least for mid. I have a bad side in Dmitry, because if he gets to here, I'm just dead. But I have a good side in mid, because I can hide behind all these buildings with my CV, and he can't really hide anywhere. So yeah, we need to make sure we're not dead. I am playing a better div than him, I feel, personally. Let's try and get some snipers out. So yeah, if we can get this up to here, that would be perfect. And we get forward. I don't think he gets any airborne. I really should have checked this. I don't think he gets any airborne forward deployed troops at all. I don't think he gets a single one. But I really should have checked. Really should have checked that. But, well, what can you do? A second sniper? Where do we even put him? I sort of wanted to put him, like, here. Because then you can see that, you know, it's sort of the same situation. So, you know, we probably don't need 2 there. Waste of points. I don't think he gets any airborne forward. I should have checked his division first. That would have been a bit smarter, wouldn't it? Anyway, I won't be checking the chat during the game because that is cheating. I know there are streamers that do it, and we don't really do anything about it because, I mean, it's more trouble than it's worth. How do you prove it? I can still do it without you noticing. But yeah, I do not consider it fair play to do that, so I have closed the chat, and I shall read it upon my return. And we should probably end the poll real quick. Because obviously the game is starting now. So I had 49 votes. So, yeah, I should win. I have the better div for this map. And I have what I consider to be the easier side. Although, obviously here, if I get pushed back to here, it's literally game over. Because I can never get up there again against his tanks and stuff. But I shouldn't really be getting pushed out of there at all. Especially with all of my mega infantry. So we'll just get a bit of the old mega infantry. Commandosi are pretty good. And then, yeah, we'll put him up in here. Thing is, I will really struggle against his tanks in these close quarters. To be honest, I will struggle a lot against T-72s. That'd be a good place for a one of these. I will struggle a lot against T-72s because I don't have any high high AP stuff. Most of my ATGMs are about zoning because they've got good range, like the Malyukra's good range, and then they've got low AP but high suppression, whereas on these close quarters, if he just brings a T-72 around here, it can hit me pretty fast, so that is something to watch out for. So I'll be on the offense at the start. I should be getting I mean, for the sake of like paying 45 points, which is basically 1 unit, to get in there a little bit faster is probably not worth it, but actually maybe it is. Could use a couple of units here as well, like a Metis and an anti-tank team or something. Which one's the anti-tank team? I'm not very familiar with this division, as you've probably noticed. And he does get helicopters. This thing would be pretty good against him. If it comes to that. But yeah, I should really be able to, like, because of where I'm spawning, I should actually be able to get, like, the Metis up to, like, here, basically. It's like, what's the point in the anti-tank team? If I've got the advantage, shouldn't I be using that? Yeah, I shouldn't actually need the anti-tank team, so just so I can find him, because I don't know the names. Papank. Polish is such a beautiful language. It's not as beautiful as Dutch. Dutch is clearly the most beautiful language, but Polish is a very beautiful language. And so then we'll get a couple of Metis up here. You might open with the AA, so we'll get some Strozalas, which are just beautiful Polish Strelas. And but we don't need a second Meta score. Actually, we could put it here. And yeah, we could use something here. As you can see, we get quite a lot of units. I do wonder if, because like Gaz's off-road are really slow, so I'm actually not sure if this is going to be faster, but it might be. So I can actually get 2 of these, or 2 Commandozi, so I might as well just get 2 of these. Other than I don't have any supply, so... Or like a Strela over there. Oh, I do have a Strela going. Do I? Sort of. Put another Strela... Well, is it worth it? Oh yeah, we haven't put anything over here, which we probably should do. So that there basically cover all my bases. I need it to be in cover, really. But I also need it to be able to see both sides. Yeah, I think that's probably perfect. And now we can buy... Somehow I'm being DM'd through the miracle of the way this game works. They're posting it direct onto the screen there. That's lovely. I wonder if I can turn that off. So one less guy. I don't know, I mean... These guys aren't forward deployed either. Or I can get this guy and get a supply. Do you see what I mean? How does he know about that if he's not checking the chat? If he's not watching the stream? How would he know about that? What could I say? Maybe it's just complete coincidence. Must have just been a complete coincidence. Well, we're not checking the chat, so I don't know what's being said. Maybe he gets to read the DMs as well. Who knows? You know, when they post it in the game. Or maybe it is really just a massive coincidence. He guesses so. Well, I'm going to swap this guy out for the anti-tank team. And I'm going to buy that supply that I always wanted.
Do pańskich rozkazów.
I do have the advantage here. I should really be winning this, but we'll see what happens. The T-72s in mid will be very deadly. And if he gets to here, we've lost. Oh. Whoops. I figured he'd go this way. I mean, that way is probably going to get him killed, to tell you the truth. He's complaining about helicopter spam. We've got the 4 tick at the start, and we'll keep it for a little bit. So he's going to be pushing us all game, basically. I mean, I don't want to play too boring, but I also don't want to throw. So that's got to be very careful with, because the Ethernet cables are like down there where my legs are, and I like to like sort of stretch my legs out, but I need to be careful not to, because, you know, I don't want to disconnect. What the heck? Okay, so he got there a little bit faster than I thought he would. He's definitely going to buy a bomber for that. Wow, so he does get airborne forward deployed. In fact, he got everywhere faster than me. Oh, I see. It's because they've got the special forces. They're just getting to places faster than me. I didn't realize it would be that significant. I thought I'd be fine. That is crazy, dude. I got rinsed. So even though I start further forwards, he caught up because of the special forces on the transports. Wow, I got messed up, dude. I didn't realize it would be that bad. So we've been pushed hard here, which is really bad news, actually. Because that is a great place for him to be. Let's buy some T-50. Oh, okay, we don't really get a lot of this. There he is. Oh, mate, he's got Cubs up. Yeah, 30% ECM plane. Nice.
Za mną, panowie! Trzymać głowy nisko! Mamy straty, potrzebujemy wsparcia! Naprzód! Na co się patrzysz?
So yeah, we got a serious problem on this this flank here. Losing that plane was obviously horrifying and just shouldn't have happened, but it does happen, so you got to deal with that. This guy I'm telling to get in there, he's taking his time.
Jak sierżant oberwał, odciągnijcie go stąd! Dużo z niego nie zostało!
They're low cohesion, so I should have the advantage there, but eventually he will hit me. Oh, there you go, you see, he got me there. So, he's used a couple of Mayukas here, and a couple Strelas. He does get grads. That is a problem. I am trying to run away here. So yeah, in mid I just got rinsed by the guys. I didn't realize how basically the longer the distance is, the more the special forces thing matters. And this map obviously is quite quite wide. So well, actually, I shouldn't really be buying that. I should be buying stuff over here.
Tam się rozstawiamy.
Don't really want to be buying loads of these.
Dobra robota, panowie.
That will beat me. That's not good. Where's this thing? And I lost my fighter, if you recall. So I lost 2 squads there, which I didn't really have to lose. Mainly because this wasn't in position. Might lose a 3rd at that rate. So yeah, I just got messed up by the honkers.
Biegiem naprzód!
Got messed up by the
Potrzebujemy
honkers.
wsparcia, już!
Really depressing, man. I'm losing all my commandosi to this helicopter. If only that fighter hadn't just got two-tapped by that Cub,
Drugi
but
pluton, kolejni posłani do
wow.
diabła!
Crazy value out of that thing.
Okopać się!
Incredible.
Nie mogę
I
doczekać
wonder if
się
I'll get
jakiejś
two-tapped
akcji.
again.
Otworzymy
Now I
ogień.
need more guys in here, right?
O Boże! Dostałem! Drugi pluton! Wymarsz! Powtórzcie, kontrola. Oberwaliśmy tracę. Spada w płomieniach. Nie mogę doczekać. Zrozumiałem. Zmieniam kurs.
What? Ah! How does that happen? Did he get DC'd as well? Because if it was you, if he got DC'd as well, then it's Eugen's servers. No, I just got kicked. I don't understand it. I've got 100% internet. I was winning. I've literally got gigabit internet, and I've never had a disconnect in my entire life, or at least, well, you know, in this house on this computer. And it gets to a tournament. I'm on +5. First round, I get kicked out. So I don't know what to say because the stream was up the whole time. So what's all that about? I don't know. But I lost, clearly. Obviously, you DC. There's not time for another game, but look at that, man. 900... I was on a +5. I don't know. It might have been Eugen's server spazzing out. He said he didn't DC, and that he just won. Because obviously the stream was never down. The stream does buffer, though. There's like a half a second buffer. I don't know. I've been having a rough few weeks. Let's just move on. Once I get knocked out, I cast the rest of the tournament. Obviously, I organise the tournament. It costs me $50 every time, because I put $50 in the prize pool. Definitely not winning it back this time. What can I say? We basically had him. I was doing really well. Yeah, clearly I rage quit. But no, I must have, because I couldn't send messages in that chat at the start. So there was clearly something up with that lobby. And I was like, well, I'll just keep going. I should have remade the lobby and restarted my game just to be sure. Because clearly there was something up with that server. But he said he didn't disconnect. But yeah, there's not enough time to do it again, because it would be a 40-minute game. And now we're back. So what can you do, eh? You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Clearly I'm just a terrible player. Although I see a lot of people coming back online here, so I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe nobody else is reporting problems, though. Apart from the one guy who thought it was tomorrow. Oh well, what can you do, eh? Let's cast some games. Oops. So let's see which one Box is covering, and then we'll cover the other one, because there's no point repeating Oh, I've got an ad, so I can't even tell.
What does that say?
There's one of them's on embed. So I don't think it's the Pro Commie versus Tanner game. So this will be the one to watch, I think. Some pretty proper high-level play here. Yeah, it's not this one. So there you go. Corpus Descent here. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm really upset about that. I've been waiting ages for this tournament, right? I finally got a week off. Finally got a week off uni. And I'm like, oh yeah, I can work on my video game. And then I got ill. And then I get better, and I'm like, well, I've organised the tournament. I can play the tournament. At least I'll get something out of this holiday. And then I disconnect in the first game. So, you know, it happens. It happens. So you gotta put yourself out there. And sometimes things don't work. And then they continue to not work for 4 years. But my time will come soon. Right, so they're off. This is the round of 32. And yeah, we've got Pro Commie versus Tanner. I got a lot of people telling me the stream's fine, so I'm not sure what you're on about. No, he's playing as Polish square instead of Polish circle, so it is slightly different. But we can pretend we're playing. But here you go. He's had the same problem. That the honker, because of its special forces, actually goes at 120. So even though you've got forward deployed, and even though this is recon forward deployed, because of the size of the map, the honker is actually getting to places first. So there, he lost a unit. He lost a unit to the Roz Specialny there. And similar on this side. Although not to the same extent. But yeah, the sides are switched, and he's playing the square instead of the circle. Seed out gets the Osa. So basically the square is much worse than the circle. Because it doesn't get cubs. And it doesn't get T-72s. And what does it get instead? It gets more infantry, which you honestly don't really need. And I think it gets more helicopters. Oh yeah, it definitely gets more helicopters, which we haven't really seen here. So certainly the square is the weakest of the Polish divisions. But, yeah. Oh, here we go. So the coffin launcher's out here. This is what we like to see. So he takes him out. Rocket gets hit by the Osa there and has to go back. And +3 for Pro Commie. But Tanner has held his zone here. He's not lost his zone. I mean, certainly, if I was blue, if I was Donkey Kong, as we saw in my game, I would be focusing here more. Because certainly, if you get to here with with anything, you just put a bunch of ATGMs in here. This zone is really weak. Put a bunch of ATGMs in here, you literally lose on the road. You have to put your guys here and then try and get through here. And because of the gaps, you're actually being shot while you're trying to move through here. So, so yeah, I'd be prioritizing trying to get up to there instead of trying to get over here. But what do I know? I played the first round and I was about to win and I got disconnected. So, you know, it was the first time for everything, I suppose. So Tanner is doing a bit of a comeback here. He doesn't actually have that much here, but neither does Commie. The seed is back out, but the Osas have been switched off this time. The micro's there now. But I think Tanner's actually held his own really well. So Donkey Kong really should have got more out of this than it did. Certainly it is the better division for this map, but most of its power comes from the early game. Not all of it. It also just gets an unlimited amount of really good infantry. But for now, the tick's even, although I can't see this staying here for long. Especially once this guy gets in that building, this is dead. Because Tanner hasn't opted to go in this building here. Well, it's going to die beforehand because of the LOS there. So Osa should be switched back on now. Hilo does go down, but if you can get the Osa, it's probably worth it. If you can get the seed, it's probably worth it. There's lots of things shooting here. That's just bad luck, really. Although a lot of that comes from the fact that he was behind a building here, so it didn't fire its second missile. This is an interesting vehicle. Basically, it's got Strelas on it, as well as the guns. The one without the Strelas is only 5 points less, which is probably should be like 10 points less, really, if they're going to do that, because the Strelas are definitely worth those 5 points. It's basically a must-take every single time. So the Osas switch back on again, and they do get that seed. That was the second seed. And now blue has pushed this. Red is on the better side for mid, in that he can use these buildings to sort of get his way back in, and in fact he is still in this zone. And he can put some Meridias on here, you know, shoot down here, that sort of thing. Does have this unit set up, although that pathing's a bit odd. He's not gone for the building, he's going over here. Typically people will hide, but they'll turn off cover, which he has done. Oh, it looks like he's got it off by default. And then they'll hide it here, behind this building. Although that does open you up to artillery. Helicopters here from Procommies, cleaning things up. These Osas, one of them's out of ammo. Resupply is coming, but it's going to the wrong place. This is an interesting unit. We've not seen this one before. So, yeah, I guess it's Polish. I don't know. And the Max Vet Strelas, with their 50% accuracy, are okay. You've got to Max Vet him to get anywhere. Yeah, he needs to land immediately. The main thing is that it's making the reload better. You see how he's hiding behind this building so that the thing there doesn't hit him. But yeah, this hasn't actually missed yet. It's fired 3 and it's hit all 3. The arty's out, but the Beretti guys with their 11 strength, you know, they're pretty good. I want to check who was the top player, as in who was player 1. Yeah, so at the start of the tournament, player 1 certainly the better option, because you pick first, right? And there's so many divisions, so it doesn't really matter if... well, no, I suppose at the start of the tournament, picking second's probably better, because you can counter-pick more effectively. Whereas towards the end of the tournament, picking first probably matters more, because there just aren't that many divs left. Each player can only play each division once, which is... big, you know, that was sort of the meme of the tournament. That's why I wanted to organise it this way. It upsets some people who just want to play the same tournament over and over again, but I think overall it's a good idea. It makes for better spectating, and it looks like I'm going to be spending the whole tournament spectating. I was winning that game as well. I mean, I don't want to talk about it anymore, so I'm never going to bring it up ever again. But I was winning that game. So... Donkey Kong also gets the coffin launchers, as you would have seen when I was playing it, if I didn't get disconnected there. And... and here we go. Oh, triple kill. That was a big one. That was a big one. But yeah, I think Tanner's going to lose this simply on his div is just not good on this map. He should have played like 9th US or something. The Polish square is generally regarded as a not good. Although, you know, he's got his own coffins out, and if he knew about this, which you'll find out about soon, actually, he can coffin that and kill those Commandosi. That's sort of the cool part about... That's why I wanted Chemical in the rotation with, like, Polish divisions, because they all get these coffin launchers, and it makes for some really interesting games. Sadly, I didn't have time to see the coffin launchers in my game, because I got disconnected despite being on a +5. But... you know, I'm not bringing that one up again at all. I'll just never mention it again. This is in a good spot. I think he sees everything coming down this road, although it is about to die. So I don't know if he knew about it or what. Or if he was just trying to get over there. Like, yeah, he was just coming over here and he just thought it, I suppose. So, there you go. Artillery. I mean, it is 152mm, it doesn't matter if it looks funky. And these Commandosi keep having to move buildings because, well... Although, to be honest, Tanner hasn't really woken up. Oh, here we go. So, will he move or will he die? He's not moving. Looks like he's chosen death. Pew! But yeah, he's losing these helicopters like nothing else. Basically, one of the ways Polish Square is really weak is that it's got really bad AA. You do get multiple cards of OSAs if you want them, but the point slots are expensive on the AA, and your fighters are terrible. Whereas Donkey Kong has bad AA, worse in fact because of no OSAs, but it also gets really lots of fighters. You can bring like 6 or 8 fighters. I think it was 8. But yeah, I'm just so past it, bro. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. I'm just so past it. Oh, I should probably fill out my rankings on the leaderboard. Yes, I did lose. I got disconnected. 1-0. Here we go, Coffin's out again. They resupply really quickly, so they are really good on this map, and the square does get more of them than the Donkey Kong. Thing is, though, Tanner's not bothered to sort this out, which is a huge mistake. All he had to do was put 1 unit here and 1 unit here, whereas instead, like, this will beat that tank, because it's a 12-man squad and it shoots first, so... oh, I guess if the tank reverses... No, he's not doing that. He's just going to lose, I guess. So yeah, he really should have had a unit here. He's bringing over the helicopter. This is like an Mi-24P or something, or D. It's called a W, right? I'm not sure how it corresponds to the Polish one. But yeah, Tanner's got to be very careful here. Like, he really needs to... Oh, here we go. No, he's still not doing it. He's still not putting any units here. So, Wusu gets coffined. There's coffins all over the place, bro. Really cool game. Loads of coffin launchers on this map. That's why you want to play the Polish divs on this map, like I was doing until I got disconnected. And... nothing really happening over here. I do wonder what made him do this. What gave him the heebie-jeebies that he's like, oh, I should probably check. Anyway, the OSA micro isn't there, and he's lost another OSA. That's the second OSA loss now. And he's still... I just don't understand this at all. Does he not care about this zone? He doesn't even have a CV in it. You really do need a couple units in here. But I guess he really just wants to try and push all the way through. Okay, here we go. He's changed his mind now. He's put 3 over there. The advantage of Polish Square is you get a lot of BWPs, which don't have smoke, but they're only 25 points. The thing is, I'd much rather be an East German player, paying 30 points for a BMP1 with smoke. Here we go, coffins. Wow, you love to see it. Really cool matchup. Really cool map for these, because the sightlines make it so they're really useful. Because the range isn't great. You can see it there. It's actually the middle one, not the end one. So it's got less range than the tank gun, but it's indirect fire. So it is really cool. It's really cool to use on this map, which is why I put this map in the rotation when I organised this tournament. So, Paichota Zedmech, like, this one could be in a building, I guess. And also he's not brought any recon, so he doesn't see this, despite it being right in front of him. AT plane's coming in, and he's only got 1 OSA. It is... all the buildings really mess you up here, like... yeah, he just needs more AA, really. Although with the seed and everything, it's just Polish Circle, man. It is just a much better idea than Polish Square. The advantage of the Paichota Zedmech isn't all that, and you just get such worse AA. And no cubs, you know. Maybe he wanted to save Polish Circle for a later engagement, but if you're against the tournament favourite to win in the first round, then you should probably be bringing a strong div, I think. Tanner's still holding his own, but this is about to really kick up a notch on this side. He really needs to be holding this, and he needs an ATGM in here. But yeah, lots of blue death on the left. The Paichota Zedmech blob is moving through, and he might actually take this. It just depends like how aggressive he is, and it currently seems like he's not being very aggressive. Oh, he's coming over here. Komi's actually retreated from the zone, perhaps a little bit preemptively. Also, I've got the bug that just comes up with some random thing on your mouse cursor. I get this one a lot, and I'm not sure what causes it. Because I reported it to them, but they're like, well, what are the reproduction steps? I don't know. Play the game a lot, it happens. So now we just get unit name, on our cursor for the rest of the game. Wahey. And yes, I should be checking chat a bit more. So yeah, he's really suffering from a lack of AA here, which is the division's weakness, and it is being very much exploited by his opponent, who is playing an airborne div. Let's check some of the chat questions. So I can probably unpin that message now, given that I'm not actually playing anymore. Is there a min range on the coffins? Good question. I'm not actually sure. I've never tried using them at 0 meters. It's just usually if they're close enough. It won't auto-engage. You would have to tell it to engage. It won't auto-engage. And then it's like, so if you right-click them, would it fire it, or would you have to press T and click on them, and then would that mess up the targeting of the main gun? Because then that would be like slightly missing, basically. You need to be a bit careful with them though. Like, they're not cheap, and you don't get a lot of them. And he's probably going to lose this one because he's just left it there. He's not noticing. All he's noticing is happening over here. I do like Tanner's use of arty. Donkey Kong, despite being the airborne div, actually does get better arty. Oh, there we go, another coffin out. Really funny set of divs. So all these guys now have to get back or die because they've only got 1 HP. Although the guy they're fighting against only has 3, so I do wonder if he could use the arty perhaps. Oh, I see. So he sells the transports and just moves them manually. If you use a grad to counter battery this, it would just die. And he's brought the RM70 Polish version, which is just the same but with a different lick of paint. Sort of more of a sickly green than a dark green. And yeah, just a little bit of improper micro there with some of that supply. And this is a big blob here. If he had a Meridia, he could start killing those, but I don't actually think he does. Having said that, he has taken the zone, but the counter push is coming. And he is a little bit behind, and he's about to lose this zone. So he needs a T-55 coffin launcher here, like his opponent has. The alternative, of course, is to use this over here when this gets in. It's only a 4 HP. Like, if he used it here, he would get it. Ion's trying to counter battery, but Tanner's always good with moving his arty. It's basically impossible to counter battery him. But yeah, I mean, imagine if Komi actually had a Malyutka in the right place, which would be here. And then he'd be able to shoot up to about here, I think. 2,600 meters. Instead, he's not got a recon with it, and the ROSB BWP-1, which is just a BMP-1 but Polish, gets the first shot there. I was actually shooting something else. So, yeah, what's he using this on? Okay, yeah, he's going for the CV. Big brain. And would you believe it, Donkey Kong gets grads as well. Donkey Kong, a really good division to secure your win in the first round. Unless you get disconnected. But that's the last time we make that joke. So, he's not actually got a CV in here, which is pretty upsetting. But he will find this because of where it's... Just because of the micro here, like, this should really be in front of that. There should be more infantry there, but there isn't. So this is going to die, and presumably, yes, he's bought another WD-40 CV to grease up that zone. A WD-40 CV there. And, yeah, the air bully is pretty real, though, in mid. I mean, he's just sort of relying on the fact that his units are very cheap. And so if the enemy plane kills one, it doesn't really matter. But he's losing his helicopters constantly. Just constantly losing them. These Hiberni things aren't amazing. They rout it, but they don't kill it. And the Osa as well is just shouldn't... Basically, they raised its range by, like, 175 meters. And then D-Man was like... I must make this unaffordable. And he raised the price and lowered the availability. So what was supposed to be a buff turned into a nerf. So he has managed to push him out the zone, but the WD-40 hasn't arrived yet. And so Komi is still in the lead. He's getting good value out of this RM70, but Komi gets those as well. He's opted just for the Pion, though. And he's going for the AA and stuff. So this should now put Tanner on a small lead, but... he has lost the positional war here because his guys are just sort of like stood in open fields and stuff. Like this one should really be in that building. This one being behind this kind of makes sense, but losing all your AA all the time, constantly against the enemy air spam is not fantastic. I do wonder what's going to happen here. Okay, so the CV has been... Yeah, because he's seen him because of this. So he's moved the CV back. He'll probably get some supply for himself. As in, well, he'll kill it probably because it's got friendly units next to it, so he probably won't be able to steal it. Maryuka P, yeah, he's put it in the right place now, so that it looks down the road. BWP out there, very exciting. So, yeah, what can we say? Oh, coffin launcher shot there. You've really got to spread out. You've really got to spread out. It's the only way. But yeah, this AT is not going to do anything, especially if he gets routed. These guys do have AT though. On this side, Tanner's still on the +3. He is catching up. He is catching up. He is catching up. And yeah, you're right about the coffins. I suppose that applies to all artillery. The better your artillery is, the... oh, here we go. He's found the CV. You know, the better your units are. Like, special forces will still die to a pion, right? I do wonder how he knew about that. That is really weird. How did he know about that? It was here, right? He might have just seen it because of this guy here. He might have just seen it. But I'm going to have to go back and check that. That was really odd. I do wonder how he knew about that. Because he was a knower about this as well. And he moved that thing when I mentioned it. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. But that was very odd. I assume it was this one saw it as it came over here. Because he wasn't originally in this building. He was like here or something. But yeah, they should upload the replay. And then we can go back and watch. So these are the planes that Polish Square gets. And it died so fast I couldn't even look at it. They are trash. They're also 2 availability instead of 3. They should be 3 really, given how bad they are. So this is a radar missile, but it's only got 4,000 meters range. And it looks like blue has taken this zone back. Red, you know, Tanner, he's trying to move up here, but the coffin launchers keep hitting him. Which makes things pretty difficult. These Beretti squads are good, but yeah, if he gets into the building, he'll be able to win that fight, I think. But, oh, he's not finishing it off, he's just running away. Well, that's a shame, he could have killed that. Now this will survive, and that is an 80-point squad, so that is a shame. Oh, but he was worried about coffins, and he was right to be. Because there it was. And, yeah, just more air bully. I wonder if he brought 2 cards of Osa, or if that's just his last Osa that just died there. Because, yeah, you could see that because of this, right? Yeah. Oh, mate. That is really bad news. Yeah, it's just looking awful for Tanner now. I mean, the only reason he's not losing his +3 is because this CV hasn't unloaded yet for some reason. Because look, he's not even got his own in here because it got taken out by the coffins and he didn't replace it. He's bought another one, actually. But yeah, this should unload momentarily, and then Commie will be on a +3, and then it's like, well, how fast will this get here? Will this get here fast enough? Because he's lost this angle, although he could put it here. And he's not got this angle back yet. The Paichota Zedmech spam is really out there. Like, there is a lot of Paichota Zedmech. You'll notice that he's brought it at 0 vet, so he gets 10 per card. They go 10, 7, 5, I think. Whereas the SVD ones do have lower availability. But he has upvetted those. So interesting decision making. I would just be upvetting them all to 1 vet. Everything would be coming at 1 vet. So we found this out because this was shooting this way. And this guy should momentarily be getting shot by 14 AP rounds, which he will survive a lot of. He might actually just make it all the way out there. Especially given that reload time. So yeah, he'll be okay. So, +3 for Commie. And yeah, I mean, power to Tanner. He's played an excellent game as Polish Square. Certainly a very weak div, but you can see how much it gets air bullied. The fighters really should be 3 per card. That is one fix that we will suggest. And yeah, the coffin launchers, they resupply for quite cheap and quite quickly as well. Let's see if we can find one if we're not a unit name anymore. So yeah, reload time's only 60 seconds. And that's for both of them. So if you only to be honest, you've always got to fire both because they've got a sort of a dispersion on them. So the 9th US one only fires one at once for some reason, which is a bit weird. And that makes it a lot worse. Because then it's got to reload and so on. But there you go, he stopped the tick, but I mean, he's really not got a great position here. There's just nobody here, everybody's dead. And, you know, he's got to keep buying AA because he keeps losing his AA. This does have an RPG. I do wonder if he'll put it on fire now, or if he'll just lose his... okay, he's going to rely on the... He really needs to be shooting with this because they're coming for him, and... So the Strella's finally missed. You see that these are actually 1 vet, so he must have a card at max vet and a card at no vet, or the one at max vet killed something, and that's how it got max vet. Because you get XP from kills. And there we go. He didn't move it this time, so now it's dead. Yeah, I don't know. He always moves them, so that's strange that he got that so perfectly there. He must have forgotten to move it between a volley or something, and he got taken out. So yeah, he needs to get some tanks up to here, because if you get them here, then they can't easily get across this, right? The Topaz Jods are going to stun this up and kill it. They do have Strellas of their own. I mean, this is basically the one that the other guy has. It's the same sort of system as that Herneke thing, except it's on a Topaz, which is like a little Polish track thing, as opposed to on a wheeled platform. Oh wow! This is some proper gameplay from Tanner, but there was a more Yutka coming down here. Just lucky guess, I guess. And yeah, so he gets behind that, which breaks the LOS, but now he's going to get LOS again, so he needs to move it. Well, I mean, is he going to notice this? It's only got 55% accurate. It's a shame, because if he'd waited a little bit longer for that smoke to come in... Oh, it missed him again. But, I mean, it's going to hit him eventually. Next one probably will hit... Oh, no, will he break the LOS in time? If he'd reversed, he would have got in there. But he had to turn around because he right-clicked instead of reversing. So now he's lost that zone and mid, and now his opponent will be on a +3. The MiG-29 there did go down. And, yeah, well, I was winning, but I got DDoSed or something. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I literally never disconnect, ever. On this tournament game, first round. I don't know. Bit of a weird one. So yeah, you won't be playing against me. But no, I should have rehosted that lobby after I realised I couldn't type in chat. There was definitely something wrong with that. But yeah, it happens. I mean, if it happens like 3 times in a row, then I probably am being DDoSed. But for now, it is probably just bad luck. I mean, these things do happen occasionally. You do get people disconnecting. It happens every tournament, and then basically we do not allow rehosts unless it literally happens in the first couple of minutes. Which I guess, I mean, there was half an hour, but as the organizer, it would be remiss of me to say, well, let's have a rehost when there have been so many cases where people have been knocked out of the tournament because they disconnected. And because, you know, you can't have rehosts, right? Especially because it could be abusable, but also because the games have to take place within an hour, so that you don't really have time for another 40-minute game, right? I think the Darkfire has 6 rounds and the Krug has 4 or something. Or the Krug only got 2? No, Krug's got 2, right? The Krug is a lot better than the Darkfire. I don't know who's saying the Darkfire is better. That's just nonsense. And oh wow. Okay, so he missed. Oh no, no, it's not in range. He needs to just walk forwards a little bit, and then he'd be able to shoot it. But he's on an attack move order, and so he's just shooting it with the. Well, that was just poor micro from Tanner. If he just walked forwards like 5 meters, he would have shot that. Instead, he was firing with his AKMs there. This Meridian might get side shot by a Beretti. Well, it looks like they're just gonna. No, yeah, he is. I think he saw him. He must have seen him, right? Oh, he's gonna get the BMP-1 instead. Damn, that's bad news. And yeah, he brings his Commandozis in these. So this doesn't get smoke, so unless he reverses right now, he's doomed. Well, he wasn't fast enough, really. Like, this Meridia should really be coming over here as well. Yeah, I mean, it fired 3 rounds, it hit him twice, so it's fair enough with 60% accuracy. So this Mi-8T rocket is in trouble. That MiG-29 is probably going to kill it, and down it goes. And he's trying to... Yeah, he's just getting a bit desperate now. It looks like Tanner's lost this. The KD speaks for itself, right? He's just not got any units left on the map. So this is probably going to go... pro Kami's ways. Do you reckon? I mean, you can't prove it. I really would like that replay though. That on this, that was really, really, really strange. I think it was because he got spotted by the Beretti that was here. But yeah, you gotta have pretty conclusive proof if you're gonna say something like that. I'm just checking the, So I guess the game's still going. So let's yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? That was very interesting. But I assumed he'd be streaming the game himself because he does stream on Twitch. And he's not streaming right now. Interesting. But you know, we can't level these accusations. We need a thorough investigation, right? Innocent until proven guilty. So the next round should be I'm trying to remember the map. Sorry, there's a lot of things happening. Next map should be 2 ways. So this is clearly a 2 ways map. Is there anybody else on 2 ways? There is not. So let's watch this 2 ways game between Tomato and Holmes. So this is a round of 16 now. He's refusing to send me the replay. Yeah, they're not sending me the replay, so I can't check it. But that was very odd. That was very, very odd. He's literally refusing to send me the replay. Right, I got the replay. I gotta restart the game. Right, so there were 3 instances which we need to investigate. And let's get up the detective map. Remember, innocent until proven guilty, guys. Innocent until proven guilty. But basically, let's imagine the map looks like this, right? There was one in the middle point. Obviously, you've got the river down here. You've got the river down here. The middle point. Yeah, obviously, you know, it looks exactly like that. This is actually genius. Wow, I'm so good at drawing. So blue was on this side, right? And red was on this side. Oh, okay, that was a bit weird. Blue was on this side. Red was on this side. This far... Why does it keep doing that? Blue was on this side. Click off it. Red was on this side. This was the middle point. We'll just make that a bit... Well, whatever. Anyway, back here, there was a... So... There were 3 things. The first one was this CV unit here, right? So this is one. There was a CV here that he sniped without having any vision of. But I believe that he had a unit here which saw this unit move from here to there. So I think that one was fine. But we'll check and see if he actually did have vision on that. There were 4 things actually, because back here, off the... Oh, I gotta make this a bit faster. The arty got sniped perfectly, but it might just be that Tanner didn't move it right. So in each of them, right, so this is number 4, the artillery. But it might just be that, you know, did he move? And then, so the second one was up here, where he had a unit looking this way, right? And then, all of a sudden... Blue sends 2 helicopters over a recon and an AT and kills this. Did this get spotted? Did this get spotted? So this is 2. And then 3 was... so Tanner gets a unit up here, into here. And lo and behold, Kami, having nothing here for the whole game, had a Malyutka coming down this road. But remember, innocent until proven guilty, right? So this one's a bit harder to prove or disprove, because we obviously know that he didn't see that, but maybe he did. And then 4, in fact, we've already done 4, there was actually a 5th one as well, because there's like trees down here, if you recall, and Kami's got a unit moving this way, right, and he can't see anything. And Tanner has a CV coming up this way, and then... And then all of a sudden, Kami's unit gets repathed to go this way and kill that unit. So that's 5. So there were 5 very, very suspicious moments in that game, which really made me think, And so we need to investigate all of them. Because that was, I mean, usually there might be 1 or 2 things, but that was really out there. That was. It all just seems like good games. Exactly. Innocent until proven guilty. So first we need to identify at what point in the game did all these things happen. Signet trait Lamau. So yeah, this is all fine. It all starts happening like 10-20 minutes in, right? So that this guy, I think it's actually this one gets all the way to here. That's probably the first one that happens. Yeah, so this gets passed all the way up to here, right?
Sierżant oberwał! O Boże! Dużo! O Boże! Dostałem! Padnij! Wróg przed nami!
He does have the signet, but I mean that's all the way over here, so that doesn't affect that. So he doesn't know about this. Doesn't know. Right, so it's coming over here now, so let's see if he finds out.
Sierżant oberwał!
So he doesn't know.
Straty, potrzebujemy wsparcia!
Doesn't know, doesn't see it.
Padnij! Dobra robota! Mamy straty!
Doesn't know, doesn't see
Mamy
it.
straty! Potrzebujemy straty! Potrzebujemy Sierżant oberwał! Padnij! Wróg przed nami!
That is really annoying. That is really... Is there a way to turn that down? Voice of the dialogue, volume 0.
Padnij! Mamy straty! Potrzebujemy... Sierżant oberwał! Do wszystkich jednostek zauważono wroga.
No, it doesn't even work, mate. So... He doesn't see anything here the whole time, and then he suddenly sends a recon unit here. And an AT unit there, right? And he's not trying to get them to the front line. He just sends them. And then obviously he sees it because it is right there. And then, with these things, which he's trying to scan this area of the map with, he kills what he aimed to kill, and then he just sits there. Doesn't come check this. He's killed what he was after. So, back to our analysis table. This, very, very suspicious. Can we get like a thinking emoji? Can we get a thinking emoji on that? We need to get a thinking emoji. So we'll get a thinking emoji on that one. Oh, transparent color black, I guess. There we go. So that's a big think there. And then we need our table of sussy moments, right? So, yeah, make that. Why not green? Why not? Well, okay, let's just use black. We don't want to, because obviously if you use green, it either implies that we want him to get kicked out, which obviously we don't. I want my tournaments to have people in them. And if we imply, or it implies that we've already exonerated him, so we need to use a neutral color like black. So we got a moment, and then sus, and there were 5 very sussy moments. So 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that was number 2, and that was an extremely suspicious moment. Oh, probably should have made this a bit wider. Whatever. There we go. Right. So that was actually the first one, but this is just the one I remembered the most. Anyway. So back to new. Ah, okay. So here it is, and he moves it from here to here, right? Because it gets killed when it's there. So we need to wait for that to happen. Okay. So he probably, I assumed he knew about that one because of this. But we're now waiting for this guy to move. Is he moving? Oh, he's moved over here, okay. Right, so, okay, so this is where he was. So I'm pretty sure he got spotted this time. So, this is here. What does he see?
Sierżant oberwał! Mamy straty, potrzebujemy... Sierżant oberwał! Odkończymy się...
He doesn't see a CV.
Gnijcie go! O Boże!
I need to slow this down a bit. This is kind of difficult to follow. Because things are flicking in and out of vision so fast here.
Wróg na 11.
Oh, it was actually much later, right? Because this guy was up to here.
Dużo dłużej nie wytrzymamy! Mamy straty, potrzebujemy wsparcia! Cel zniszczony!
So yeah, he's not actually in there. But he has been hitting this building all game. So, does he see this here?
Dobra robota, panowie!
No, he doesn't see it.
Zabierzcie nas stąd!
Still doesn't see it.
Wróg w pobliżu!
Oh, yeah, he sees it now. Okay, so he sees it there.
Sierżant oberwał!
And he tries to attack it, but obviously... Okay, so he's ran to the left. So he sees him running to the left.
Wrogie maszyny na horyzoncie!
And where is he? I assume he's going to be here, right? I mean, no, he's just sat there. Okay. So you still can't see him. Must have been much later. The thing over here hasn't happened yet. Sorry, what was that? I do need to check the chat occasionally. Yeah, he could just be preemptively hitting the building over and over and over again. Oh, you didn't get the MS Paint view. Sorry. This is the MS Paint view. Was that not highlighted before? So there we go. We got the thinking emoji, right? And then we've got the moments here. So this one was extremely suspicious. But it could just be, oh, I don't have any units there. I need to send something there. But that was really weird. But you know it's very difficult to catch people if they're actually doing it, because it's so easy to. So yeah, he doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. Got to wait for this to get back in here. Has this been hit yet? No. So yeah, he is just constantly hitting that building. Oh, no, this was it. This was the moment. So there you go. He never saw it. He just hit it. I mean, it could be that he was just hitting that building, but you saw how much of this he could see at this point in the game. He couldn't see anything up to here. It could have been anywhere there, and he hit that building with both things at once. Almost like he knew it was there. Like, why else would you... You know, that is extremely suspicious. I'm sorry, it really is. He never saw it go in there. He hit the building a couple times in the past, we'll give him that. But, yeah, hitting it with both arty pieces at once, when you never saw that unit move into that position, that is extremely suspicious. That was like double suspicious. Extremely suspicious. So, the next one, it's all good game sense, bro. Because you saw that, right? I mean, I can't rewind, which is annoying. But he, basically, at the point that he called in that arty shot, Blue couldn't see any of this. Literally none of it. Up to here, he couldn't see anything. And out of all that, he picked out that one building, and before that, he never saw it go into that building. And in fact, it was here for ages, and then it went into that building. I already showed his point of view. Just scroll back. How did the MRS die? Oh, it got hit by an AT missile, so you've got to have vision to kill that. It was this thing here. You can just scroll back through this, but I can't scroll back through this replay, right? So I'm not restarting the whole replay for something which I know I saw, and you can just rewind. So the next one was up here. Tanner was up here, right? And oh, does the RT one happen first? Okay, so this is firing here. And then, yeah, it looks like he doesn't actually move this one. Yeah, he's not moved it. And then this gets hit by a Pion, right? Is it now or is it later? Okay, so he's now shooting over there. Yeah, he's not moving them. So yeah, this is just him not moving his artillery. Although it wouldn't... If you were doing an attack position... Oh, this might actually be on automatic counter battery. Actually, you would know, wouldn't you? Because you go to this and it... Yeah, it's on automatic counter battery. Because otherwise, if it was attack position, it wouldn't have such a small circle. So which one was that? That was... That was 4. So 4, I need a smiley face emoji. Yeah, I'm trying to find a smiley face emoji. So yeah, we can give that a smiley face emoji. That was just automatic count battery. Tanner should have moved his arty. He was doing it for a bit, but then he stopped. So that was number 4. So there you go, that's been exonerated. Now we still need 3 and 5, which both happen here, so that makes it quite easy. So. Oh, it's happening right now. Okay. So. We need to slow it down a bit. So on neutral view, I believe this is the moment. Oh, no, it's not. Right, so... Okay, yeah, this is it. So there's nothing happening over here. This is over here. It didn't get spotted coming in. But he buys a Malyutka for it right when it's coming in. That is somewhat suspicious. Could just be that he noticed, oh, there's nothing here, right? But he's literally had nothing here the whole game, and as soon as this comes here, he purchases the Malyutka. It is very strange. So that is number 3. But honestly, I mean, things like that do happen. So that is just like medium rare. That is a total nothing. It could be, it could not be. You can't really swing that either way. It is weird that he did it, but I've seen worse things happen. So that is that face there. Because yeah, he purchased this for there, but he couldn't see any of this happening. But it could just be, you know, I'm getting spidey senses. He might come around my flanks or something. But you'll notice that the helicopters that were here, you know, because you might have an infiltration unit. You know, this is nobody here anymore. This entire side of the map's empty, almost as if he knows he doesn't have to defend it. So there you go. He sees that, and then Tanner should have really just come behind this. I don't understand why he didn't. He was waiting for the smoke, I guess. Then he gets lucky there. Then he turns, and that's what kills him. If he'd just keep going this way, it would have been fine. If he'd reversed this way, he would have been going fine. But that was not great. We already spoke about this. These just got automatic count battery. So there's only one thing left, and I don't know if it's already happened yet. It's this. No, it's not. I think it already happened. No, it's this one. Okay, great. Is it? It was coming down this way. Right, so what does he see? What does he see? Literally nothing. He's coming down this way. He sees literally nothing. Oh. Yeah, so he saw that. I'm not sure how. But he did see it. So yeah, he saw that one. So that one's fine. Because yeah, he saw this coming down, and then he just moved this. So, which one was that? That was 5. Where's my smiley face emoji? There we go. So there you go. 2 extremely suspicious moments, particularly this one. This was like really what the fuck. I'm suddenly going to use all my artillery at once to simultaneously attack a zone when I don't see an enemy there. But the yeah, and then this one was a bit weird, but the rest of them were sort of okay to just completely fine. So there's not really much we can do without conclusive evidence. Let's get on with the tournament. Right, so we're on 2 ways. I'm going to go out on a limb here and do some assuming that Box is covering one of these games, and I don't want to cover the same one as Box, so... The problem is I have to watch a 2-minute advert to see which one he's covering. Oh, he's watching Tomato Addicted and the other guy. Okay. So, let's watch... Let's watch... There's no, like, really good player versus really good player. Every single one of them, I could guess the outcome. I'm obviously not going to tell you, right? But yeah, let's just watch Yuki pause then, because it's the top one of the few. So why not? Yeah. Right, so we got Yuki Paw versus Frankie the Snake. Yuki Paw's gone for the Polish square. Frankie has gone for the Dutch. Between the two of them, they are both somewhat weak. The Dutch really suffer in that they don't have good protection for their tanks. And yeah, just no good long-range AA on the ground or in the air. They've got F-16 fighters, which are decent, but they're not that good. So that's the F-16 that I was talking about. It is good at killing helicopters, but against planes it just doesn't have the range. It's only got 3,875 meters, but blimey, picked up 3 helicopters there. Having said that, 2 ways, the reason this isn't in the ranked pool is because it's a bit imbalanced, in that whoever's on the red side can get into this town quite easily, and if blue doesn't respect that, he's going to have a big problem. And blue did not respect that on this occasion. Most of his units are... Well, to be honest, it's quite a slow moving division at the start. They don't. They get a couple airborne forward deployed. The KCT Verkenners, and Yeah. This is just going to be really, really rough for Frankie basically the whole game now, because Red's in his zone, and Polish Square is not lacking in infantry. Neither is the Dutch division, to be honest. They do get a lot of infantry. They do get a lot of infantry for that, in that division. And yeah, I am an MS Paint enjoyer. But yeah, it's looking like Frankie's sort of totally screwed here. Although, to be honest, Yuki's not put anything here, which makes me think that maybe Frankie can make something happen here. Although, if he sends a CV down this road, he's going to get shot. It depends how much he could exploit this, really. He has got mid for now. This guy, 14 AP versus 2 armor, it will survive the first shot, but it gets stunned because it's dealing over 300 suppression, which means you roll for stun, and he got stunned in that case. And yeah, Yuki gets a guy in here. Just this one unit, just holding all this back. You know, if Frankie had somehow got this round here, this would be dead. There isn't actually much to defend it. But he's got bigger problems, which is basically all the stuff on this side. What does he do? He's basically got to spam genies. 40 points for 8 men and a satchel isn't too bad. So these are 55 for 9 men and a satchel. The difference is they've got a RPG, which is very useful. And yeah, this is how far into the game are they? Because this is looking a little bit one-sided, to tell you the truth. Although, looking at the matchups for this round of the tournament, they all look a little bit one-sided, to tell you the truth. Oh, Resnos versus Skull would be a good one, I suppose. That would be pretty even. They're both about the same, I think. Because, yeah, I think Yuki's won this one. Just by lieu of just sitting here for the whole game. But Frankie, he's getting lots of infantry, and it's just Red can always just, unless you try and somehow flank around this, which isn't the easiest thing ever, right? You got to Blue basically has to get up to here, and then try and get to here. He's losing stuff in his transports and stuff like that. Yeah, it's not looking so great for Blue. Let's try and find a slightly more exciting game, because this is looking a bit one-sided, I think. Let's see how far in we can get until it catches up. But yeah, to me, it looks like Blue is just getting rinsed. So yeah, you see he's got CV down here. It does have a Dragon 1, which is pretty funny, actually. So he picks those off. He's having a bit more success here. Oh, he might actually get in. So yeah, he's not... Don't count him out yet, although he's not brought any AA. He's got a rocket thing here. But yeah, he's not doing great in mid. And he's not really doing very well here either. But let's focus on where he's winning. Sounds like somebody bought an RM70. Spent most of his time hitting those Commandozi there. Looks like they took a lot of hits from that. And we've caught up. Hence that little weird stutter there. So there you go. It's still even. Over here, though, it really does just feel like a matter of time. Certainly once the infantry starts coming down these sides. 4th Dutch is a very weak division. In team games, it's okay because somebody else could buy your long-range AA for you. But, yeah. In 1v1, you're missing a vital tool, which is the long-range AA. And, oh, there you go, cool coffin attack there. I do really like these. I wish they got slightly higher availability, but you still can get, like, 7 as the square div, and I think 3 as the... is it 7 or is it 8? Does it come in 3s? You get quite a lot as the square div and the circle div, and even Donkey Kong can get at least 3. So maybe they don't have to be higher availability, because you know, how many do you really need? It's quite a powerful tool. And you can bring it in the tank tab, whereas it's like 9th US has to bring it in the arty tab, which means they really do struggle to bring 4, because you get 2 in a card, as opposed to, you know, like 3 and so on. So this guy, he pops his smoke. But yeah, blue is currently winning. Like, he's actually taken up to here. He's doing pretty well for himself. He needs a bit of recon for the bit of AA for that tank, and bit of recon as well. He can't actually see anything. The tank's not really doing much, and it costs a lot. Like, this stinger should really be over there. Not too much of an advantage of having it here, although it will immediately prove me wrong, because I think it will shoot at this. Okay, no, it won't. Apparently not. And that was a side shot. It would have survived one front missile from that, but basically most of the... Oh no, it was the B. It would not have survived a front missile from that. So that's the other problem with the 4th. So not only do you lack long-range AA, but unlike, for example, the Belgians, you don't... you don't have cheap tanks. Your tanks are very expensive and still die in one hit to any AT plane. The C has 18 armor, but you only get 1 card of that. So the B is the one you bring in most of, and that's only got 16 armor for the price. It's very, very expensive. It's just the gun is good. And so you end up... you can't defend your tanks from the air, and your tanks are really expensive. Whereas if you compare that to the Belgians, you can't defend your tanks in the air. You can only revenge kill them, same as with the Dutch. But your tanks are very cheap, so if you lose a Leopard 1 but you kill an AT plane, that's fine. If you lose a Leopard 2 and you kill an AT plane, not really so great. And so the Div does have a serious problem, and it doesn't have any helicopters. It's literally got an empty heli tab. It has recon healers, but it doesn't have any helicopters with ATGMs on them, which does make it very difficult. But yeah, this is getting pushed back. This has been totally pushed out. This has been pushed back. So I think we're just going to do some assuming here and go watch a slightly closer game, because that is not going very well. So it's weird. Everybody's playing airport. Strange that they're all called default server name as well. So we wanted to see... That's 8 player. Oh yeah, we're looking for the 2 player ones. We wanted to see Skull versus Resnos. But I'm not seeing it. Could watch the int one. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I don't know if they've already played or if they just forgot to put spectate on. Like, it might be over. It is 22. They might have already played it. Or am I just blind? So, we got Gucci Gang Hots playing 16th Belgian against Polish Donkey Kong. I do have to... I need to check something else again. Sorry, there's a lot of organizational things happening in the background, which does make it a little bit difficult to keep sort of a constant stream of consciousness on the screen, because I keep having to look away to check things. So, between the 2 of them, I think Integer's got the clear advantage here. He's got the better div, and I don't even know who Gucci Gang Hots is, but Integer's played a lot of games, so I think he will be the better player. He is on the weaker side, but you see, because he's got forward deployment. Actually, so does his opponent, but he didn't. His opponent didn't bother to try and exploit this, because his opponent would be there by now, and he would have killed all these easily. So it's a shame that Gucci Gang Hots here didn't try and anticipate that, and now he's just getting bullied by helicopters and stuff. As I said, looking at the list, there was really only one game that I thought was close, and I think they didn't put spectate on, or it finished really fast or something. Because yeah, I thoroughly believe Integers probably got this one, but just give me a second. So yeah, immediately it's starting to swing around. Like mid has been taken now, +3 for Integer. The opener did not go well for Gucci Gang Hots. He does get forward deployed AA, which he neglected to bring. It's not very good. It's called like the Maxor or something. And or man something. It's like a truck with some 450 cals on it, basically. But yeah, not looking so great for blue right now. These JPK 90s are way too expensive for what they are. I think they're just far, far, far too expensive for what they are. This does have smoke, but he didn't pop it and it dies. This just shouldn't cost 60 points. But this is better. And it's 45 or 40 if it's not forward deployed, whereas this is 60 and it is just worse. Well, it can shoot infantry, so can the IFVs. I do believe the Belgian and Dutch IFVs are 5 points overpriced, minimum. Obviously, the Bushmaster is a great weapon, but no ATGM really hurts them. And if you compare this to the ASU, for example, which has just been purchased, this is 60 points for 6 armor, and you know, 13 pen at 2100 meters range. This has less range, but it has 16 pen, which means it has what was it, 12, 13. Okay, so it's got 2 more pen at the same range. It's also got a higher rate of fire and a higher accuracy. It comes at 1 vet by default, so that's part of the accuracy thing, right? But 12 rounds a minute versus 10, and yeah, like obviously its anti-infantry power is actually 0.85, but this rounds to the nearest 1 decimal place. But in general, this is worth it, and this isn't. Although this does get smoke, it's just I always just feel like it's too expensive. It should be about 10 points cheaper, and like even maybe this is too expensive, right? But this one is definitely too expensive. They do both have mediocre stealth, which can help, because they're like tank destroyers, basically. But yeah, it's looking pretty good for Integer at the moment. So yeah, he switched that off, but this had fired before he switched it off, and he didn't move it, and so that did almost hit that. But yeah, it's looking pretty good for Integer here. I mean, Gucci Gang Hots, he has built up a which way were we? We were facing in mid, weren't we? So let's just pick a side. Gucci Gang Hotz has built up a pretty sufficient force here, so he will contest this now and stop that tick. And Integer's currently in the process of throwing by trying to buy 10 million ASU 85s and sending them this way. Though he has managed to sneak around some ATGMs here. So yeah, the Gepards, I mean, basically you just need 3 Minstrels. The issue with Belgium is that they only get 1 card of Minstrels, but wherever you're fighting, you need 3 cards of Minstrels because you're just going to get messed up by planes. And yeah, the IFVs, you know, if they're not contested, like this should really be up here shooting, like here. So yeah, it's evened out, right? It's just Gucci Gang. He's got to get back in the game. I'm very sorry for the fact that like I'm not, you know, 100% with it all the time, but basically I am trying to organize a tournament at the same time as as doing stuff. So what can I say? I'm doing it again. It looks like Integer's got a pretty clear advantage simply because he's got more points, but as the game goes on, Gucci Gang Hots is going to just be bringing more and more mechanized stuff in here, and he really should have 3 Minstrels here, minimum, and then he can start buying all the tanks and IFVs, and then he can just start pushing up and killing everything. But he needs those Minstrels, because without those, he's just going to keep losing his stuff. The alternative approach, which is one that he seems to have taken, is just spam the IFVs, and then it doesn't matter if you lose the... Because obviously this is only a 110-point unit, but he really... Basically, Donkey Kong, they only get 2 anti-tank planes. 1 card of 2 anti-tank planes. So that is really annoying if you're Donkey Kong, because you've got to be careful with what you use them on, especially if you're against this div. Although I really wish he'd used the smoke on his Gepards. I just guess he doesn't know about it. But yeah, you'd hope to see this M109 going in on that now, but it's already got a target here. Integer has bought a Grad. I do think that Polish Donkey Kong is the better division here. especially on this map, but just in general it is better. But he did have the weaker side, but Blue didn't take advantage of that, and a big reason for that is that this map has been out of the ranked rotation for so long that yeah, you don't people don't know about this. Unless they've played it back in the day, or if they've been religiously watching hippie YouTube videos, in which case you'll all know about this, because I used to talk about it all the time. People don't know about how easy it is for Blue to get in this town at the start, and Blue does get some really good forward deployment. They get these guys, and they also get regular Fusiliers, who I assume are all dead, and they get Humvee TOW 2s, so we could have set that down here. And they do get forward deployed AA trucks, or you could just open fighter, which I would do anyway, because you could actually bring these, despite their exceptional forward deploy, airborne forward deploy, you could actually bring them in helicopters at the start, so they could get to places like this pretty fast. So he could have opened fighter and literally dropped like here, and taken this whole thing, and just defended here, but he sort of missed a trick on that. And now he's against just a better division with better infantry. Certainly the fire support for Donkey Kong is a bit weak. You got to rely on Topaz SPG-9 Jeeps, which do, to their credit, have 2 SPG-9s, which is pretty cool. So, Grad's out. That's a likely CV spot. The other one is here or here, and so he was just unlucky there. But he will still get something for his troubles. He will get a Leopard 1 BE, perhaps. Although, looks like it's not going to kill it. Does do some damage though. And now he's moving the CV, which moves this line, which basically, if you draw a 90-degree parallel from this line, you know roughly where the CV is, so it could be there, it could be there. But the chances of it being here are quite low simply because of this line, and the line is very silly because of that. Having said that, yeah, you can tell exactly where it is because of the line. It's a bit dumb. I don't like the line, but it's just, they had it in Steel Division 1 and 2. Oh, here we go. This is a pretty cool attack. So he's brought a bunch of mech Fusiliers, some in IFVs and some in 50 cals. I also believe this is 5 points too expensive. 30 points for a 50 cal thing with 2 armor is just not worth it. I mean, if it was wheeled, it would make sense, right? It would be like a KPVT. Obviously, it's got smoke. So he's getting out there, which will save his guys, but he loses the transport. And he didn't bring any AA, which is a pretty common mistake when doing an attack. So here are the helicopters, and there goes that whole push. Very sad, very sad. So yeah, Integer's sending some of his units back from mid to go help out with this. But this was just, they really should have been a Gepard, and yeah, the tanks and a mortar for smoke here. Like, it would have worked if he'd had this and this here, and a mortar for smoke, and you just smoke this corner and run in. And then he would have actually taken this, and these would have died to the Gepard because the Gepard outranges them. With the 3... Oh, actually, only by 25 meters. So, yeah, you need two things. People aren't uploading their results. This is really, really, really annoying. Lots of people not following the rules here. I'm getting a bit annoyed now. You literally asked me, doesn't the loser, he spelled loser wrong, upload? I told him in the last round, this is somebody else by the way, it's not the same person. You report results and upload replay as per the rules. Done it. And then he's won another round and he's just not done it again. And then I've asked him and he says, doesn't the loser upload? Yeah, what can you do, eh? The perils of organising a tournament, I suppose. So here we go, mortars for smoke. And he's got the AA now, so it's becoming a good attack. The only problem is his enemies now had time to reinforce, so this now gets a lot harder. Whereas if he'd done it all at the start, he would have been able to blitz through this and take this zone. The other problem that Blue has is that if Integer actually attacked here, he would win. He's just not doing it. Like, so he's got like 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11... I mean, obviously these are sort of more defensive units. He's got... Oh, we can't really count the CV then, can we? He's got 10 units, 12 he could attack with and just take that. If he just got those 12 infantry, just clicked over here, he would kill everything. But he's not probing it. Like, he could send somebody to here. Oh, it's an IFV. Get the metis up. Kill that IFV. Send somebody forwards. Oh, there's not really much here. Send everybody else, that sort of thing. So, here we go. So he's done the smoking. I do like the smoke. I thought this was going to be a really one-sided game, but Gucci Gang Hots is playing his heart out here. And just some loss of momentum from Integer. Big loss of momentum. He did have this car back here, but it didn't do anything. So, smoke's out. It's doing a good job. Basically, the way you stop this is you counter battery the smoke so that it stops smoking. You also buy a CV. Here it comes. And that should be enough to sort that out. So, yeah. There's a big wall of ATGMs here. And yeah, that's another way of solving it. Just grad the smoke cloud. Because that forces the enemies out of it. And yeah, I mean, you could also grad the mortars. It looks like he's going for the minstrels instead, which honestly, I guess he knows about those because of the bombers. That is a really good target because the enemy only gets 1 card of minstrels. So he only gets 8 minstrels. Yeah, so he brought in a second CV here, the Sultan. I mean, he's up to a +2 here now. Like, he's actually doing all right. I'm a bit worried about the time because obviously the next round's supposed to be starting now. It's been delayed, which is kind of annoying. And yeah, this is kind of difficult to deal with. You need to move the minstrels up to here to kill this. Otherwise it is just going to sit back there and constantly fire Kokons at the force. But the way to fix that is pretty easy. You just move this minstrel up to this house. Rather than having him back here and just letting it sit there. The alternative is to stop pushing as blue. I mean, you really don't have to be. And you can put some reservists here and send the reservists up here, put some reservists here and send the reservists up here. You don't have to run towards the enemy with all his fire support. But for now, it's going pretty well for blue. Although it looks like Integer's woken up and realised, oh, okay, maybe I should push mid. Because he does have a lot of units there. And Gucci Gang, he's got to move his minstrels after he fires them. So I'm just going to leave you guys watching this. Because I got to go for a few minutes. I need to pray, basically, and that takes time. So, about 7 minutes, I would say. I just came back and I said, how is this thing still going? And then it just ended. So it looks like Integer takes that one, and we will be moving into the round of 8, the semi quarterfinals, I think. RO8. So yeah, GG. I'm sorry I was not there for 5 minutes, but these things do happen. So the next map I can't remember what I set it to. I mean, I do see some people on Urban Frontlines Duel, which makes me think that it's Urban Frontlines Duel. And it looks like those are the furthest along there. So yeah. Looking at the brackets, so all of the games have been going on. Sorry guys, I'm a bit out of it today, I suppose. I don't know. But it's this or no tournament. That's the thing, right? I'm never going to be perfect 100%. So, round 3, we've got Yukipor versus Klozzy. So these are the quarterfinals, right? Helljumper versus Resnos. Woe is Me versus Integer. That'll be an interesting one. And Tomato Addicted versus Crep. This would have been a good game to watch, actually. I didn't actually notice this one. But yeah, I don't know if these guys had spectate on or what, because I didn't actually see that one either. So, yeah, I mean, let's just... Obviously, there's really only 2 happening at the moment. We are a bit behind schedule. We've been pushed behind schedule by some people. Not mentioning any names, but there have been some people really dragging their feet, and they've pushed us behind schedule. And yeah, I will get on that. So, which one should we watch? Let's watch Crep. He is the superior brother. I'm sorry for not checking the chat and stuff. It's been a bit of a weird one. With my disconnect and so on. But when did I get so good at quick maths? So I've always been like this, mate. So I have no idea who Tomato Addicted is, but if he made it this far, then he must be a good player. So who will win? Tomato Addicted. Right. Yeah, we've had a few people causing some delays, so I will isolate the source of the problem and I will not let them participate in the next tournament because it needs to be on schedule and people need to do things on time, right? That's really as simple as that. If it's an hour per round, we need to start on time. And if a couple people are dragging it back, it pushes the whole thing back, and people have other commitments, right? I don't, but especially the guys, the further east you go, the later it's getting for these tournament games. So I don't, it's not right to, it's not right to force these people to stay up. So yeah, who do you think is going to win? We've got a Paul, Tomato Addicted, or Crep. My money is, well, I don't want to say because it's going to spoil things, but I think Crep's going to win. So I guess I already said that. Not sure. Heldrup, aren't you currently in a game? I saw you in the lobby. Is that already finished? You were just in deployment there. So yeah, let's try and check out some of the. Sorry, there are some people messaging on Twitch as well. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com. Great. And yeah, I do apologize for the not as good production quality in this tournament. Oh, it's not started yet. Okay. I've been having some problems just with the PhD and everything. It's not going well at all, and it's starting to affect me. I'm becoming a bit more conceited, a bit more quick to anger, and it does affect things. It affects my decision making. It affects my ability to concentrate because my mind's always somewhere else. So I do apologize. It will either get better around March, or it won't. Or you'll never see me again. But yeah, I wanted to make like a end of the year channel summary video, but I'm having problems making it because yeah, I just am. So they're off, and I'd like to take the time to thank the generous channel joiners, generously joining the channel. They get their names on the screen, they get the videos early. Part of the money that you give me gets reinvested in these tournaments. For example, I put $50 into this tournament. Helljumper, who was in the chat, put $51 in. And yeah, once I finish the PhD, I'll be happy. Well, I said the same thing after the master's degree, and that didn't work out. So this one is the anti-aeroplane one. This is not a shotgun. It does not shoot at the aeroplanes. It does have a little bit more range than this missile, but the accuracy is only 45%. This thing is basically just really bad. The advantage of Polish Square on this map is that they get more coffin launchers, but in general, I'd much rather be playing Donkey Kong on this map. But yeah, Krebs opener here with the airborne forward deployed format 6-man squads in the helicopters, gets to places really, really, really fast. And you see Tomato Addicted has actually gone for quite a modest opener here. If I was in Tomato Addicted's point of view, I'd be trying to like push Anna or something, because clearly he's not going to get center and Krebs going to get that early lead there. Where is this tournament hosted? Here, on this channel. Well, what do you mean? If you're on the War Yes Discord, there's a link to the bracket if that's what you're on about. How am I already out? I was winning the first round, and then I got disconnected before I won. But it happens. Every tournament it happens. I mean, you just got it. Sometimes it's you. It's literally never been me before, but yeah, I dropped for like 1 frame. I was on a +5. I was winning quite substantially, and then I got kicked out, so it happens, you know. So yeah, the coffin launchers from Tomato Addicted. Krebs having to run away because he fears the coffins, but he's left this guy here. I do wonder if he'll move him before the coffin comes in. He's got like a solid 5 seconds to live. Here we go. He did not move. Oh, he survived. Oh, never mind. So, Tomato Addicted is currently losing. He only got 1 CV here, right, and it's very slow. His opponent went for a slow CV as well, so he doesn't have that much of a lead. It's only a +2 for now. Although he did get just a forward deployed one. He did get a forward deployed one here. We're going to end the poll because obviously, you know, the game has started. So you've got 54% for Tomato Addicted. I reckon Krebs got this. He's got the better division. He's on the better side. He is a very good player. I have no idea who Tomato Addicted is. I've heard his name somewhere. I don't know if he probably plays in some of the other tournaments. I should smoke cigs. Why? Yeah, it must just be look at the draw that we're seeing these divs so much. I mean, there are bans. Why get the PhD in the first place? Oh, because I couldn't get a job due to the lockdowns. So I got a first, which is like the top grade. I had a bunch of job offers lined up, and then the lockdowns happened, and I lost them all, and I was unemployed for like 6 months, and I was like, well, what I really want to do is jump off the bridge that's near me, but I can't, so I'll have to do a PhD instead, which is the next best thing. But yeah, I'm loving the coffins out from both sides here. Well, actually, no, that was just the same guy twice. And he's got the CV. Like, he's getting a lot of value out of these. Will he get them both with this cluster? He's reversing into it. This one reversed into it. That is a huge kill. That is a huge kill. It might not seem like it, but you only really get like 3 of those in a card. So that is a very, very big kill there. And look, it doesn't even get hit by anything. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what a JD is. But yeah, so I've been asking people, if you're in the War Yes Discord, which I recommend, I mean, if you don't want people to talk to you, just join with an alt account called something else or something. Yeah, everybody should be uploading their results. There's been a couple players that haven't, and I'm going to kick them out of the next tournament. Because, follow the rules. I asked you twice, you didn't do it. So I'm going to have to do it myself. And, yeah, most of them are there, so you will see the picks and bans proceeding through the tournament, which is the most interesting part for a lot of people, which is why I ask for it. And it also gives you useful data, because it's like, which ones are the most OP, which ones are winning most, you know. Polish infantry div, Polish mechanized div, ZMech 4th, so it's the weakest Polish div in the opinions of many people. Although I just cast a really good game of Swadjelis Gunter using this division to great effect, so maybe it is good. So this did survive the first one, but he just sort of stuck around, and then he bit the dust there. So Crep's still on that +2, and a lot of that was because Tomato Addicted didn't cap these zones very fast. But, I mean, he's done really well for himself, Tomato. Like, Crep had this at the start, and then he's just slowly been pushed back by coffin launchers, of which there's only one left. We think. I mean, we don't know how many cards he's brought, but I believe this is 3 per card. But the thing is that Crep gets the coffin launchers as well, and this really is the map for them. He's gone for the Pion. Oh, here he is. He's bought some of his own. So he's gone for the Pion. And he got an ATGM team there, but the ROS, whatever, the recon guys got out in time. Yeah, you need to just watch all my videos. I'll admit, there's not really a video that goes through absolutely everything from zero. I think you should do the tutorials and then pick a division you like and watch some videos on that and then play that one loads. I'd recommend, if you want to get into multiplayer, you got to start off with 10v10, because just until you learn the controls and the basic flow of things, because if you go into 1v1 you're just going to die and it's not going to be very pleasant for you. And if you go into smaller team games, it's not it's not going to be pleasant for you either, because your teammates are going to yell at you. But yeah, you see how effective these things are? I mean, they go through high-rise buildings, right? The wire thing doesn't really matter. And so on these kind of maps, you can get some very juicy shots off with them, because you're covered. Whereas if it's a nice big open field, it's difficult to get into range, because the range is less than the range on the actual gun itself. Yep, I know what those words mean. Is there a website comparing win rates and matchups? I don't think so. It's not like, there's not like a Dota buff, if that's what you're on about. I know Dota 2's got a really good one, which shows you everything. So this ASU has done a reasonable job for itself. It's done a lot of damage, but it will eventually go down. I think they are a little bit too expensive, to tell you the truth. And yeah, this is being pushed back. So Crep is actually in a real spot of trouble now. All it comes down to is... yeah, I was going to say Tomato Addicted could really use some artillery, because these PKM teams are very, very difficult to push into. Now that they've got 4 strength, I think they're a little bit OP, to tell you the truth. I would have preferred to leave them at 3, but then, like, how do you fix it? Because you can't... I don't know. Cheap units good, I guess, but basically, MMG teams are really powerful now. People are all talking about the grenade launchers, but the MMG team's got 1 more man, and now there's some of the most cost-effective units in the game, in terms of, so 15 points for 4 men. Where do you see that? This is 40 for 7. It's, so there you go, T55, there you go, that's how you deal with them. And you've just got to keep moving. You've just got to constantly move all the time. That is pretty funny. 5 AA pieces, no joy. Oh wow, that's Warno right there. That is very much a game of Warno. Wow, 5 AA pieces, no hits, and then the plane finishes him off. Oh, I forgot they got this one in the square one. It must be the circle one that doesn't get the decent piece. Yeah, so interesting play on these Saperzi. And yeah, every time this is reloaded, a unit dies. So they are worth killing, and I can understand why Krep sent that bomber, and he got 2 of them. But it looks like Tomato Addicted has brought 2 cards, or maybe even 3 cards. I need to check the availability on this unit. I thought it was only 3. Is it 5 or something? I mean, what? We've now seen 6, so maybe he's just brought 3 cards of it. And you see that this is what's doing the damage here. And, you know, Krep's got his own now. He only gets 1 card, so I think he only gets 3. But so far we've seen 6, which would line up to 2 cards, right? There's 2 dead ones around here somewhere. And then there's 4 alive ones. I think, eventually, you don't need that many. And I'd be more inclined to get, like, a mortar for smoke or something. What's the plan going for? It's going for the AA. T-55 AS goes down. You can't afford to lose these. How did that even die? It must have been the AT plane got it. Yeah, must have been the AT plane. So that'll have been spotted with this or something. Oh, this one. Yeah, clearly. And then he picked it off with that. This is dying. Needs to leave. He's not moving it. That's bad news, isn't it? And there's the counter coffin. This was almost therapeutic. But yeah, blue has the better side because you can, from blue, you can get into this quite easily by just spamming loads of inf and just getting in that way. Whereas if you're red, this is way easier to attack than any of these. And also if you're blue, you can go for Ivan. Red can go for Anna. But I feel like Anna's a bit more easily defensible because you can just stack this up. And then behind that you've got even more buildings. Whereas Ivan... I suppose, yeah, there's lots of buildings here, but I personally find it easy to attack Ivan. I don't know if that... Maybe it defies all rational explanation, but yeah, Tomato's really using these really effectively. He is using these really effectively. And Krep's just running out of stuff, man. I mean, he does have the point advantage. And you see Tomato, he's got to move this, he's going to lose it. 3 shots would kill that. Third one's going to be coming in a second. That's weird. Oh, salvo length 2! Okay. Interesting. So yeah, I guess you need 2 of them to kill it. 2 pions. 3 shots. So, he thinks there's somebody in there, but there's actually not. That was a weird one, actually, because this would see somebody if they were in there. And, yeah, Tomato Addicted, he's using the AT plane. Pretty crazy game. Pretty crazy game. Best unit in the game is Light Rifle Dragon on AGL truck. Somebody's never heard of autocannons, which outrange everything there. And will kill the... like a scimitar will kill the AGL truck in 1 volley. If 1 single shot hits it, it explodes. So, I think a lot of people are just not really reacting in the way that they should be. And they just see new thing and they think it's bad. I can't cope. Do you know what I mean? Like, after a while, I think people will get more into the way of dealing with it. I think the Hellfire on the truck shouldn't have a 1-second aim time, and then they should boost the availability. That's how I would change that unit, because it's got the lowest aim time in the game. I'm yet to see any 9th US. I mean, The thing is, right, people only get one ban, and if you've already played all your divs, then you know, the later the tournament goes on, the easier it is to ban a thing like 9 US. So that's why I organised it in this way. I think it makes for some really interesting strategies. It might actually be better to get the most powerful divs out the way first. Or maybe use them in the middle, I mean, you know. But yeah, Donkey Kong was a comfort pick for me. So the Pions are going in for where the AS used to be, but he started moving them now, and he's still got plenty. He's still got 4 actually, so he's only lost the 2 from the start. So this isn't actually in the zone. Okay, so here comes the smoke. So this is the sort of thing you use this on, because he's even sold the thing it comes in. So more coffins there, lots of coffin gameplay. It is a really, really funny unit. I like it a lot. I like this map a lot as well. Oh no! Oh, that was lucky. It didn't die. I mean, it only fired 1 missile, but if he'd fired both, well, if he'd hit it once, it would have died, and then he'd be out of coffins, I think. Although I think he only bought 2, right, and he should be getting 3, so maybe there is a 3rd one somewhere. So here comes the smoke, and the way you fix this is you counter battery the smoke, or you just coffin this, or you run infantry in. You got plenty of infantry here. You can also like section bits of it off, so you run in here, okay, he's definitely not here, and then you coffin the other bit, you know, that sort of thing. BWP1 does not have smoke, but wow, it actually hit with its Grom thing. It is 2 vet. It's bringing him at 2 vet. And that Pion is getting a lot of hits. So this guy, he's got to move. He's got to move. He's not got smoke. And this is not shooting him either. What? How's he firing at that? Oh, I see. It's just the LOS. Oh, no. Actually, it does say that. It can see that. So he needs to move this. But the Pion, did it ever shoot at 2nd round? I didn't see it. Pi Chota regular SVD, 10 men. This is basically the packed equivalent of the chasseurs on the French side. So they've got like 2 MGs. Like, this is a pretty decent unit, to tell you the truth. 10 men makes it quite strong. There used to be a lot of 11 strength stuff in the game, but now there's not. So you got to be careful with that. So there he goes back to neutral, which favours Tomato. Oh, because he's taken this. So there you go. It's wild. I mean, I honestly think DK is just a much better div on this map, but he spent too long stood still. I guess you gotta, like, okay, the coffins, they get a couple of your units, and then you spend the rest of your game just constantly moving your infantry, which isn't the easiest thing in the world to do, but you gotta react somehow, otherwise you're just gonna get put in a coffin, you know? Like that. I mean... so that survived, actually. Wow. And yeah, the Polish Nebelwerfer does have smoke on its like, you know, the small Nebelwerfer. It does have smoke. I'm yet to try that out, simply because it's just always better to bring the RM70, although that can't smoke, even though it can in real life, and it can in Red Dragon. It's a shame that we don't see it. He's just getting unlucky there. I mean, look, the circle is on it. Oh, there you go, he got one. These aren't supplied either. So I think Krep's toast, bro. I mean, he's lost mid, and he's lost Anna as well. And take Inf MLRS instead of Smoke Mores. Yeah, but the thing is that the smoke doesn't last long enough for it to fire again, or does it? I need to check after this game, remind me, and I'll check how long the smoke lasts. We should have a little bit of time. So here you go, some smoking in there, but with this being just stopped, even though it's still got 20 rounds left, this guy is going to get spotted pretty soon as that smoke begins to fade. And one of them has their coffin. Enemy detected. Is he just running out of the zone? He's got his own smoke. He could smoke there, but obviously he predicts a coffin. Okay, he has now smoked himself. But he's outside the zone. Over on this side, I believe both players get helicopters. Similar helicopters. I do like the Polish divisions a lot. I think they're all good. The square one I used to think was terrible, but the more I see it played, the more I think that actually it's got something to it. It's got more coffins. I think they just need to increase the availability on its fighters a little bit to match the East German ones. And I think that'd be it. Since I cast it, he has to lose. Well, more of you guys voted for Tomato Addicted. It was like 55% Tomato Addicted. So, so you guys, it looks like you were right. I mean, I don't really see what Crep's going to do about this. I just feel like he doesn't have that many units. It doesn't help that he's bringing them in these really expensive transports. So, like, this is an anti-air transport. And that's costing him, right? Whereas if I was playing this game, obviously I got knocked out in the first round for reasons we won't get into. We won't get into it. But basically I got disconnected when I was on a +5. I'd be bringing everything in trucks and just trying to get the momentum on the trucks. But yeah, and then using the ASUs and the T-55s if you need fire support. But really, the heroes of this game have been the coffin launchers from Tomato Addicted. He bought 6 of them and he used all 6. There you go. Hippie is paying me to lose. I've noticed none of you can spell lose properly. Kilroy didn't spell it right. Resnos didn't spell it right. Crep didn't spell it right. It's only got 1 O. It's only got 1 O. Is there different smoke in the game? No. All smoke blocks all types of detection. Apart from you can get like radar units which let you see things, but generally all smoke is the same. So like you can't shoot through smoke. If you've got an indirect fire unit, you can attack position into the smoke and drop RT in it and stuff like that. But yeah, all smoke's generally the same. So there is a unit that has... that's pretty funny. Having the CV at the front there. There is a unit that fires white phosphorus smoke, but it doesn't actually do any damage. And make the rounds 80 minutes. No, because then the tournament would end at 2 in the morning. Oh, 80 minutes is... Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, 80 minutes instead of 60 minutes. I was thinking, for a second there, I was thinking 40 minutes. It would end a little bit later. The issue is, right, that you get disconnecting as a strategy to help you win games. That's why we're just like, look, if you DC, you've had it. And I took the brunt of that, and there was another player in the game that got DC'd, and so he lost a round. Every game, there's always one person. And it just doesn't happen in 99% of cases, right? And yeah, you can't be saying, look, well, let's play again, because you could be like, oh, I lost the opener, a DC, right? So you have to take that hardline approach. And at the end of the day, this is done for fun. Obviously, I've set up a prize pool. It's like $170 or something. I put $50 in. Next time, I might not do a prize pool because basically I'm about to become unemployed, so I need the money. That really is it. I could try and make up another reason, but yeah, once I finish my PhD. Basically, I'm going to run out. They're going to stop paying me before I submit my thesis, which is one thing. But once I finish the PhD, I'm going to be taking some time off to try and make a video game. Well, I'll succeed in making the video game. Trying to make an economically viable video game. The video game's already half made, right? And that's why I'm in such a foul mood, because I basically... I'd been planning to... Here we go, coffins on the... Like, this is a really good unit. Sadly, I can't show you its stats because it's dead. But it comes in at 12 men. It is 80 points, but it's resolute and shock and 12 men. which does make it very effective at fighting. But these coffin launchers, you know, Tomato has used them really, really, really well to take people out. And I think that's what's... I mean, it looks like he's going to win, and I think that's what's won him the game. Does Eugen sponsor tournaments? No. If you ask them very, very, very nicely, they might... they might put it in a dev blog saying, there's a tournament happening, you can sign up. But basically, I always get... Like, when I organise these tournaments, I don't know if it's because of the price, but we'll find out, because the next one won't be having one. Because I'm about to be unemployed. See, every conversation's cyclical. I don't want to. I don't want to make game. Like, I want to make games that I want to make. Otherwise, I might as well just get a regular job. What was I talking about? I got signups really fast for this tournament. Within one day, I'd had 24 signups, and then the last 8 took the rest of the week to get. But basically, we always fill our slots. The only problem is that sometimes people drop out, which is fine. If they tell me beforehand, it's fine, right? We can replace you. But I get people that don't show up, and we do keep a list. And if they sign up again, they aren't allowed to play, or we just put them on the reserve list. I say we, I mean, it's basically up to me. Although I think if I abuse my power, then the other admins will... the actual admins of YS would probably try and do something about it, but so far they've let me do what I want because I'm doing the right things, so they don't care. But yeah, there is another tournament that's going to happen February 1st. It's not organised by me, it's organised by I'm a Whale. That's his actual name. And if you want to find out more, please join the Warriors Discord, which should be in the description. If it's not, it's in the description of all my other videos. And yeah, basically you have to draft a deck using the deck drafting tool on... Oh wow, how the hell does he know about that? Is it because... I think it's because of this. It is, it's because of this. You see, these are approximations, so this circle is always slightly larger than it looks. So you can see that because of this. And, yeah, that's pretty funny. Should have played better, you had the good side. You had the better div, in my opinion. Just, but yeah, he's just spoiled it for... Oh, there you go. So not much of a spoiler. But yeah, Tomato Addicted clearly been flying under the radar for me. I've never heard of him. Apparently he's better than me. I mean, he's higher ranked. Sadly, we don't get to see... here we go. So where are those... So this is a coffin launcher kill. These two are coffin launcher kills. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... There's only 6, really. There were a lot of them, though, that it was like... No, 1, 2... 3... 4, 5... 6, 7, 8... So I missed the first... Oh, 9. So there's 9. I mean, I thought there were more, but there were a lot of things where it hit it and it got it down to 1 HP and then a machine gun finished it off. So yeah, pretty funny game. The Isle of Sark. Is there a chasm on that island? So that was that, and now we will cover the next one. Int versus Woe Is Me. Why not? So this is Integer versus Woes Me TV. Integer is on Polish Circle, which is not a fantastic div for this map at all. It is certainly not a fantastic div for this map whatsoever. But he's against Woe Is Me on British Circle, which is a bad div, but on this map is probably alright because you get 20 terriers. So you can just put terriers everywhere. So the issue with Polish Circle is it doesn't get that much inf. Having said that, it does still get lots of inf, so I think Polish Circle has the divisional advantage here. It also gets the coffin launchers, so it can spam out the coffin launchers. So, yeah, who do you think's going to win? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Who will win? Woe is me. What was he playing? 4th UK. Integer. Polish 20th. Integer. So, what's been happening? Snipers are annoying, but if you shoot them with your Mi-24D, which he's about to see it, I do wonder if it'll actually go for it though. Yeah, that's such a high priority kill if he kills it. Oh, it's target switching. He actually set it to shoot all these, to shoot the rovers, which I think was a huge mistake actually. I really do think he should have gone for the... okay, well now he's just dead. Really should have gone for that sniper. It's a very annoying unit to fight, and instead he got one MAG, which is just not worth it at all. Jaguar rocket used to wound the Mi-24D. The one in mid died to a dark fire. And both of the divs don't get airborne forward deployed, but these guys get... well, they get the sniper team, I suppose. But these guys get the honker, as we found out in the first game, where I got pushed back, all the way back to my internet router. But we won't make any more jokes about that. So yeah, Integer's going to be on that cheeky +2 for a bit, and he is on the weaker side, but as we saw, it's not all that. I do think Integer is playing the better division, but I think Woe Is Me is probably the better player. He plays a lot more. But yeah, a lot of this comes down to only being able to play these divisions once. Nobody in their right mind would ever pick 4th UK. He's on a +5. How has that happened? Oh, because he's not got his CVs up here yet. Whereas these are wheeled CVs, so they got there a lot faster. So this is going to be a pretty tough game for 4th UK. I mean, to be honest, Polish Circle is a good div for this map, because they don't actually lose that much infantry, and they get the coffin launchers, and they get BMP2s, which can be useful. So they get a little bit less infantry, certainly less than 4th UK, but... yeah, I think they're an absolutely fine div for this map. The coffin launchers especially. As you saw in the last game, the coffin launchers are making it on these maps that have been picked out for you in this tournament. Tried to go for things that aren't all in the ranked pool, with the 2 ways and the other one. So, Woe Is Me is making his counter-attack, and the Danners come out from Integer, so there you go. You also get what is a Jiatsin, basically, a giant S, whatever. Sadly, it does have tracked speed, despite being a wheeled vehicle, so it will only get more powerful once they fix that bug. So, yeah, I think Polish Circle is a really, really good div on this map. Having said that, I would love to see Integer get some smoke, or maybe Woe Is Me could get some smoke. So far he's getting a bit of luck instead, but his luck continues. 2 ATGMs miss him there. Second one might have been because he came behind this building, most likely. And yeah, I think if I was in Woe Is Me's position, I'd be trying to take India. Simply because pushing into centre is a total pain in the neck, and it's always quite easy to attack India. And if I was in Integer's position, I'd be reinforcing India, because there's just not enough here, really. Like, he's trying to block it with air, but 4th UK gets decent air. So, he gets in there, and that's going to turn it around. It's going to be a +1 to Woe Is Me TV if he keeps this up. But a lot of this just comes down to Integer not buying smoke, and so he can't get CV in the zone. If he had a smoke mortar, smoke this, get in. One thing that is worth pointing out, because I just saw a bunch of smoke around here, from where exactly? What? Phantom F3 flies over all the cubs. Doesn't make it. And yeah, there was smoke here. Where did that smoke come from? I don't see it. Do you guys see it? Is there like a mortar here? Where's it coming from? Very strange. Can't have been the downer. There's no way. But anyway, he already used a volley on this, but he accidentally pressed it twice. Or if you interrupt your salvo and then right-click, it'll fire 2 salvos at the next one. It'll fire the partial salvo in the next one. You know, with the attack position. So that's just something to keep in mind. Oh, no, I see. He just moved it. He just moved it. He hasn't already killed it. It's literally just hit. So that's my bad. But yeah, Integer bro needs to get that smoke on the go. Just needs to smoke this and get his CV in, and then he'll be Gucci. He'll be in there, but he's not doing it. The sniper's got this guy spotted. So you can turn off cover and put him behind the building. I've noticed a lot of people are playing with auto cover turned off. Which is really interesting. I play with it on, and then I turn it off if I have to. But a lot of people seem to be starting with it off, and then changing it around. So yeah, that Phantom doesn't get that guy, and now he's evac'd it automatically. He really should have evac'd it this way, because now it's flying back over that cub. It is getting a very, very lucky here. Like, everything just seems to be missing it, and then it gets out. Because when you press evac, it's basically like 12 seconds, and then it vanishes, so that was very lucky. But yeah, here we see an interesting... So he's trying to close the distance. I wonder if he'll smoke. But yeah, at that range, it's just going to go in a straight line and get you. So he was trying to spot it, and that will clean that Phantom FG. So this thing's really cool. So it's got the gun pod on it. Sadly, there's no fighter variant with the gun pod. So it's got bombs instead, which actually does make it very difficult to use, because it's also got... Basically, these are just Sparrows, the Sky Flash. So yeah, it is a bit weird. But I really do think Integer should be reinforcing this. Having said that, despite putting all that into trying to set this up, like he doesn't actually have any units behind this, woe is me. Like, he could have just walked in there. He's just killed the ATGM. He knows it's empty, and then he could just walk in. But you know, if you had, obviously this can't just go there because it'll get shot. But if he had a few more units, he would have taken it. But he is winning here. So he's got the AVRE 105. Which is it's a bit of a weird one. It's very cheap, but it's not very good. So that's fair enough. Its anti-infantry capability is quite poor. It is very, very slow, but it is quite cheap. Like, the pen is really bad. To be honest, it should be cheaper. Only 11 pen. It's basically like a Kanj PZ, which is also too expensive. Or the JPK-60, which we've seen this game. So Inter just put all his BMP-2s on the road so that they could shoot all their ATGMs down the road. He is still very much in this game, it's just he's losing the tick. And the only reason he's losing the tick is because he refuses to buy a smoke mortar, smoke this, and get his guy in the zone. Which, oh no, there it is. All he's got to do is just smoke and run in. I don't know, maybe he doesn't want to do it. But yeah, he keeps hitting this position, and there's actually nobody there, so... That's a bit odd. And there you go, so Woe Is Me did just walk into here. So it's not looking great for Integer. Should probably stop the poll. We got him at 57%. And yeah, there's another tournament. I was just talking about that. So there is a next tournament, guys. So that went about as well as you might expect. But he got the AT plane. And he got a Cub. Cubs are 4 per card though, so it is very difficult to get them all. The fact that that got out is absolutely hilarious. And now, uh-oh, looks like he's going to lose 2 more. Only 1 more, but 1 more AA piece. But yeah, it's just really strange to see this behaviour from Integer. Like, he could just be in the zone right now. And he's just thrown away his lead for what? For what? All he had to do was buy 1 smoke mortar and just smoke this and just run in. Classic urban Frontlines play. And yeah, the fact that he's just given this up is really weird. It's also strange to me that Woe Is Me isn't investing in, like, you just send us 1 minute's income here, you'd have it. ATGM, you know? ATGM there, ATGM there. Okay, but he sees the CV, so he's going for that with his 175. These things are interesting. They're not as good as the Danas, but so they deal more HE, but their fire rate is literally like half. Well, not quite half. So Coppin launchers coming out there, but a lot of BMP2s dying to this Milan 2, I guess, and that Chieftain. And yeah, just a lot of interesting decisions here from Integer. Like, he's just getting totally air bullied, to be honest, so he's got to keep buying AA. And the 3rd round should kill this, because yeah, he didn't really react there, so he loses that CV. Because this does have a salvo length of 3, but this has a salvo length of 6, which is very high, actually. Wow, that is weird. I wonder if it's based off the Nona. So yeah, very odd. So yeah, Phantom FGR2 here. Yeah, it's going for the Wisu, and it's really just not looking good for Int at all. His decision to just not use any smoke is really, really costing him here. He's got all these units and he just can't get them in here. There's literally nothing here. He could actually just drive the CV in, but he doesn't know because there could be things anywhere. There could be an ATGM in here. And so you've got to use the smoke, but he's not gone for that. And so so he is struggling. And Woe Is Me, he's just on this +2. And like, this just didn't have to happen at all. There was no blue CV in here for like 10 minutes. Whoops. It's me messing up my table there. He's not in the zone, yeah. And all he had to do was just smoke. I mean, he's even got these. You don't even have to buy mortars. But he's making some strange decisions. Like, he's driving his Danas into the side of the map. And he's not defending this. He's just got loads of people here. He doesn't have anybody here. He must be getting tired or something. You'd usually expect high standard of play. So here we go. Woe Is Me's finally realised, oh yeah, I could just go over there. He's going a really dumb way though. Hopefully he repaths that, otherwise he's going to drive right past this and die. One interesting thing 4th UK does get is this scat thing, which has 2 MGs. Right. And that Sultan died. I really did not see what kit. Oh, it must have been this. Oh, really? Do they? Do they have a 6-round salvo? I didn't know that. Okay. And I wonder if he'll... So he can just send a CV over there now and cap that. But yeah, it's just a bit weird. Like he never made any attempt to. Okay, he's noticing. He's noticing. Oh yeah, I should probably worry about my other zones. So he's bought a T-72 there, which is decent, but the bomber will get it, right? So you need a couple more units, really. Holding these buildings here is basically the key to this zone, because if blue has them, he can see across the whole zone, and then he can run in and attack. And if red has them, then, you know, blue can't even get to here, right? So those are some important buildings. Is the Malka 2 SAR? Yeah, I think so. I think the Pion is just a Malka. They look the same. But yeah, I need to compare. Oh yeah, I never checked that thing that I was going to check about the squares. The squares, right? I was going to check the square availabilities or something. I forgot. And yeah, it's weird that he doesn't have any T-72s, but on a map like this, what do you actually want them for? Because there's Milan 2s everywhere, and it's very difficult to sort it out. So who will get there first? My money's on this, especially given that these aren't actually even going there. He's running out of fuel. Like he could move this javelin up as well, little things like that. So lots of RT trying to go for that CV, which literally just moved. And that was a miss apparently. Didn't really look like much of a miss to me, but okay. And yeah, Integer's back on that +2. Back on that +2. But he's about to not be, because this is going to get in that zone. And he doesn't see... He does see it, actually, so I do wonder if he's going to react. He's got the AT plane. Oh, he gets it! The Phantom missed its missiles. If the Phantom had hit that, he wouldn't have got it, right? But, yeah, just air, man. Sometimes it's in your favour, sometimes it's not. Like we saw Woe Is Me had a pretty lucky thing here, where he was trying to get out with a plane, and it dodge. And that time he just didn't have it. His missiles missed, and the enemy got him with the first one. So still +2 for Integer. And hopefully he's learnt his lesson. Well, depending on who you're rooting for. Hopefully he's learnt his lesson. He's actually going to try and hold this zone a bit better. Because, yeah, Woe Is Me is committing. He's committing to that. Darkfire goes down. The AA piece. That's not cheap. That's not cheap. Marker is modernized Pion. Thank you. How's it going, Abaddon? Range is shot. Well, the thing is, that affects your dispersal. That affects your dispersal. Because if you've got longer range, then you get a tighter dispersion circle at the same distance. So it does actually matter more than you'd think. It's not just about max range combat. So that the Malka will be better in that case, because it will have it'll be more of a sniper. It will miss less. And given the way artillery works in this game, where it, like you saw that there, this guy was in that building, and something landed in the building, but he's like classed as right in the middle, and it landed on like here, and then it just didn't do any damage to him. It's really daft. It's really daft. So, +2 for Int, 20 minutes left. Been a pretty crazy game. Oh, right, well, was he watching it as well? Well, please don't spoil it for me. Please don't spoil it for us. You get a lot of people coming in and spoiling. Like, Crep came in and he said, I can't believe I lost that. And then the game ended as soon as he said it. So, you know, he spoiled that. We had 3 seconds of spoiled content there, you know. Although it was pretty obvious that he'd lost at that point. So yeah, we are a little bit behind, but it's just a case of, you know, there's been some delays and stuff. Like a lot of these matches were starting at 20 past, but there's been a couple of delays. So, oh, this guy should not have moved out. He was doing fine where he was. Now Integer has awoken. This bomber's gonna get a lot of kills. Wow. That's a lot of bombs. 6 500 kilo bombs will do that to you. And yeah, Int just needs some proper units here. Like, I don't understand this. Most of his units are sat around, like, especially these. Like, what are they actually doing there? Literally nothing. You might as well... I suppose this one is providing ATGM coverage down this road. But the others, you could send over here. Because now the tick's gonna stop. And it, like, there's not really anything here. This shouldn't really be happening. So there you go, he's smoked and he's running into the smoke there. And that's weird, he could have just sat in the smoke. He could have sat in the smoke and capped that. Must have been a misclick. Because he smoked there and then he ran into the smoke. If he'd sat in, he would have capped it. And then Int would have had to send a CV over, which he is now doing, but you know, these things, they do matter. So yeah, India's actually a +2, as is Alpha, so it is worth going for this. So like, if you Charlie's a +2. I thought they were all +1s. Interesting. It's kind of weird that the rear points are +1s when they're harder to attack, and the front ones are +2s when they're easier to attack. It really should be the other way around. These should be +1s, and these should be +2s, because if you make it this far, you deserve to be rewarded for your efforts, but that is a bit of a weird one. I never noticed that. Or I did, and then I forgot. So yeah, very strange to see Int just refuse to reinforce this whatsoever. I've been saying it for like the past 40 minutes. He's literally got 2 units there, not including the CV. I mean, the AA is obviously very useful. But yeah, he's putting more stuff there. Oh no, the Danner. Danner's probably more like a deader. And down it goes. So there you go. Don't stand still with your arty and get hit by a 175mm howitzer shell. You know, it tends to be quite bad for you. But yeah, he's still winning. He's still winning. Warno doesn't encourage pushing like Steel Division does. It all comes down to the zones on the map. Some maps encourage pushing and some don't. Like, when things are quite close, obviously pushing is encouraged, but previous Balance Man basically hated the zone system, and he hated it so much that he basically wanted to turn these into Steel Division 2 flags. So he just kept making them smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. As you can see, get these tiny, tiny, tiny zones, and it's just so stupid. I mean, you know, yeah. Big zones is fun. Like, 2 ways is a fun map. They just need to fix the town one. And yeah, I'm looking forward to CZ as well, so that'll be Southag, right? Do we know when that's coming out? Like, did they give a rough estimate? I mean, obviously sometime this year, right? But I don't know when. So we've got Nemesis 3 to look forward to, which they cancelled the vote for. I don't know if they ever said they would have it, but they said there would be no vote for Nemesis 3. They would just release divisions. We don't know what they are yet. Well, I do, but yeah, exactly. It's the worst of both worlds. Middle is also +1 in ranked. Oh, have they just used the wrong version of the map? They might have. They might have just used the wrong version of the map. I don't think they've said anything about Nemesis 3 except we won't be voting on it, because they've already decided what it's going to be. So yeah, it looks like they used the wrong... Because yeah, I was like, why have I never noticed it? Well, it's just because they've used the wrong version. So that's pretty sad. I guess it's too late to do anything about it. Are they good? I don't know. So yeah, you see how effective this thing... I used to think it was terrible. It's actually pretty good. So Grad's out on the smoke mortars, which is very intelligent, to be honest. You do not want your enemy to be able to smoke. And I really do lament at the fact that Integer just never brought any smoke mortars of his own, because Woe Is Me can very much still win this. All he has to do is smoke, 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 run a CV, and there you go, you're on a +2. Yeah, Integer, he's managed to pull it back. Like, Woe Is Me was winning. Integer's managed to pull it back, and I think a lot of it comes down to this. Like, Woe Is Me had this, but he just attacked with, like, 2 units. If he just built up a little bit and sent them all in at once, he'd take that. And then that tick would stop, and then, you know, he can sort out mid a bit more. But yeah, another thing I'd love to see is the FV432 with the 2 MGs. I'm not going to say the word because I'm sick of getting limited monetization on my videos. This doesn't come with all the vehicles, which is annoying. So that all the units, so the regular rifles, I guess motorized rifles. No, it must be the Assault Pioneers. The Assault Pioneers and the regular rifles don't get it. But there you go, so the cool things coming out. Interesting smoke play. Where is that coming from? Is it these? No, they've not shot. This is so strange. It's like phantom smoke. That's not the first time that's happened. Where's the smoke? It was happening before and I couldn't find it. Like, these are full HP. Oh, I see. This is just drained. So it actually was these. They're full supply, but it's because this is just drained and just giving it its supply back. So yeah, cool smoke. Always blow up your enemy's smoke. Don't let him just smoke you. And yeah, could really use an AT guy in here. Because these Wusu, they don't have AT, right? So that is pretty rough. What is that sound? Oh, it's the I was going to say it's the SVD. I think it's this. I think it's the Carl Gustav. Because I heard it twice and he's lost 2 ammo. So, yeah, Woe Is Me, he's doing a counter push here. He made some ground there, but honestly, Integer's infantry is still decent. And he gets all the fire support, so if he can sort that out, then he's sorted, right? Where did that go? Got an Assault Pioneers. Here we go, driving in again. Integer, no smoke. No smoke, Integer. So there you go, this is going to be a +2 to blue. Oh, so Kryjev just spoilt the outcome of the game there. Thanks, Kryjev. There's always one. Right, so we might as well speed this up now that you all know how it ends. There's only a few minutes left, but... So yeah, Integer does his counter-attack, presumably. There's always one. And he takes his own back, so presumably he's about to win. This is a pretty cool attack. Imagine if we didn't know how it ended. This might have worked. But sadly we know how it ends. So presumably he's going to get pushed out here. Maybe the grad will get him. Who knows? And he got pushed out here. 10 minutes left. He gets the CV. Wow, what an amazing attack. He might win. Oh, wait. Somebody already spoiled the ending for us. So... it's just going to be this way, bro. We all already know what happens to all these guys. Presumably they die to T-72s and grads. I am quite surprised that Integer's gone for 2 grads and 2 danners, given he doesn't have a fob, so it's not actually possible to keep all those shooting. So maybe he went for 4 cards of supply, but alternatively you would up-vet the grad. Whoa, will the Sultan make it? It's a shame, we already know what's going to happen. Oh, it's died. Whoa, I'm so surprised. It's almost like somebody came in chat and spoiled the result of the game. Completely unapologetic. Yeah. What could I say? So yeah, it looks like Integer's won this with that +2. And yeah, 4th UK, pretty weak div. Woe Is Me, he had a chance there, but obviously Time Travel Man went to the future and spoiled the game. And now we know that he doesn't, so what could I say? Completely unapologetic. Oh, you should have known, you should have known. So, presumably both of these CVs die. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and do some assuming. So, +2 to woe is me. I wonder what happens. I wonder what happens. Will he have enough time? Wow. Wow, it's all, he could have made a big comeback there. Sadly, somebody spoiled the ending for us. We already know it's not working. Yeah, because they're 82 millimeters, and if you put them further away, then they smoke a larger area, right? So there you go. Integer gets back in, but he dies. Whoa, it's close, man. Woe is me. He might still win. But sadly, we already know the ending, and it looks like woe is me lost there. So we're just gonna permanently mute Kryjev for at least the next 24 hours. So he doesn't spoil the next one. No, sorry. Just, oh, you should have known. What a cunt. So let's cover the next one. So for our semi-finalists, we have Integer and Tomato Addicted. We obviously just saw these versus Yuki Por and Resnos. I think we've actually seen everybody here so far. So let's go for whichever one Box isn't doing. Because there's no point both of us... Oh, he's ended his stream. Okay. Let's do the one I want to do then, which is the Integer one. Because I like watching him play. So... yeah. Integer versus Tomato in deployment. Well, 24 hours was the max, and it's like, it's only for the duration of this stream, right? Because I don't know when the next time I'm going to be streaming is, so it doesn't really matter. There was no permanent. Zoom out in the bracket. What do you mean? Which part do you not... What? You want to see it further away? I mean, what? You can already see the whole thing. Do you mean zoom in? But yeah, I mean, the problem is that you get it's not a very helpful website. Like you've got all these black bars here, so yeah, that's as close as we can get it without cutting it off. So there we go. So these are our rounds. Resnos has made it this far. I want to see Integer versus Tomato Addict. I want to see what divs they bring out. So Integer's now on 4th UK. So cast your predictions. How did I get eliminated? Oh, well, we don't want to make any more comments about that. But basically, I was winning on a +5, and then I got disconnected for like, I dropped like 1 frame and I got DC'd. It was pretty crazy. Who will win? Integer, 4th UK, or Tomato Addicted, who I think is the better player just from rank. 20th Polish. Um, so what? I have no idea what's going on here. Tomato Addicted has designated 4th UK as played on the no-show. Oh, I see. Because he got a free pass in the first round. because he got a free pass in the first round, he didn't have to lose a division. So he said, 4th UK is my not played division. So that's fair. He's gone for one that he doesn't want to play, which is fair enough, really. If you get a buy, you get a buy, right? That's probably the best way of doing it. Just let him pick one. You can't just pick one for them. More message requests. Oh wow. Xena from the chat has put together pick rates for the round of 32. It's very nice of you, thank you. So, do you mind if I share them with the crowd? Or actually, I probably should have asked before I mentioned that they'd done it. That was a bit rude of me, actually. So, we're still waiting for them to deploy. Right, so game started. We'll go through the pick rates later. And yeah, so it is the RO4, it is the semi-finals. It is the semi-finals. And we've got Integer playing 4th UK against Tomato Addicted playing Polish Circle. So I think Integer's doomed, although he did say something to me like, I will win with 4th UK. I'll try and find that message. We'll try and find that message. So nothing's happened yet. He definitely said something about winning with 4th UK. It might have been somebody else. It might have been somebody else. So, missing things there. MI24 took out the Lynx Hellarm. So Integer, he's got an early lead here in X-Ray. But if Tomato just buys a plane, he can snipe this. The thing is, he can't actually see it. Oh, he could see it. He could have seen it there. But now he can't see it. So Integer's done a great job of getting in there. This Scimitar probably has to back. Tomato's put quite a few units there. He probably expect because 4th UK gets a lot of infant stuff. And so Tomato probably predicted that 4th would be rushing here. And that's what I would predict as well. But instead 4th, with the not great open field stuff, is rushing the open field. Will he smoke? Will he notice? Oh, interesting smoke. Anyway, these Motri scouts can't actually see these guys because they're in this house of this building. Which is not the same thing. And, yeah, so now he's moving in. 8 versus 3. Even if they are special forces, you'd expect the 8 to win. But the T-72s are going to start contributing. Oh, wow. Double dark fire hit there. I mean, they've got very high accuracy. 80%, because he's put them at 2 vet. He does like doing this. He did it with Osas as well back in the day. I remember he used to double vet his Osas, so he only got 2 per card. And then run them around in pairs with KDA on this map, which we played against each other quite a few times. So he's had a lot of practice here. And but he is definitely playing a much worse div. He does lose the Scimitar there. I didn't do the poll on who's going to win. I do apologise. Oh, no, I did. Tomato Addicted has 64% of the vote. We're going to end the poll. Stop you guys from cheating. Has anybody won with 4th UK? Well, we'll find out. I mean, Xena uploaded the results. You could also put them in the channel if you want. Or I can do it for you if you want. Like, put them in the results channel. It's up to you. But yeah, they said I could share it on the screen. So, military scouts getting picked apart by the T-72s, and this is one of the reasons Polish Circle is good, because T-72s are very, very cost efficient, a little bit too much. Particularly, like, the more open the map, the better Polish Circle's going to do in this matchup. If it was urban frontlines, as it was, actually, like, we literally just saw that, 4th UK had a much better chance there, because it could just spam the Terriers and stuff. Wow, that striker actually killed something. It literally has 45% accuracy on base, 50 with an up there, and it hit twice. So sometimes it'd be like that. Which of the two divs is stronger on this map? Circle? I think Circle's the stronger div overall, but Pie Chart is not so bad. And yeah, 4th UK, not really a div people rate at all. I think it's the worst one in NORTHAG. MBAD's pretty bad as well, but with MBAD you can at least do like a forward deployed attack at the start and get some ground that way, and then just do standard airborne things, send things around the sides, whereas 4th UK just really doesn't have much going for it at all. It's basically supposed to be a spam div, but previous balance man, RIP, press F to pay respects, he hates, or hated, spam, and so all its tools are basically too expensive, and so it can't spam them properly, and its slot point costs are really high as well for some reason, so it can't really do its spam. It does get a lot of things, a lot of infantry. Gun group is a very interesting decision. They do get an AT now, which does make them pretty decent for... What are they? 30 points? Yeah, it's pretty decent for 30 points. It's like the old Vopos. The Vopos were 6 with an AT. And these are 4 with an AT for 30 points, which isn't bad, actually. But basically, you bring them for the warrior. But in this div, you don't get the warrior, so... Yeah, they're both circles. Is 4th UK more armor-focused than what? Than Polish Circle? Not really. It gets a bunch of really bad tanks. It gets a bunch of chieftains. So, like, late game, you can spam a bunch of chieftains, but chieftains lose to T-72s in this game, despite the fact that they were literally designed to destroy them. Well, okay, were they? They were designed to hold the NORTHAG plane against enemy tanks. I guess it would have been T-55s when it was designed. But yeah, 4th Armoured is more about infantry, but it's also, you get a lot of very cost-efficient, well, okay, you get a lot of somewhat cost-efficient units like this, which is pretty expensive at 100 points, but it does have smoke, but yeah, the fire rate's very low, the pen isn't great. I mean, it's basically like a bad T-55A. I'm not sure what you're paying for there. Where is it? Are there any T-55As on this map? Just generally, its units are somewhat overpriced because previous balance man did not like list spam. But you do get a lot of Chieftain Mark 11s, like you can do something with that. So, T-72 gets in, and I really don't understand why Integer doesn't abuse smoke. I need to ask him after this tournament. Like, he plays in a way that if he abused smoke, he could really get a lot of value out of it from the way he plays. Like, imagine if he was smoking up all this and he had a CV in there, you know, he could smoke, 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 fast path, and you're in. So there you go, yeah, you load it back in the transport and that might save it, because this will one-shot the Milan, but it won't one-shot the transport. Chieftain was an incredible tank. It won the Cold War without firing a single shot. Was it used anywhere? I think the Kuwaitis used it or something, and it did really well against Iraqi armor. So yeah, clearly the bestest tank. Was it used in... I know the Iranians were gonna buy some, and that's why all those people got kidnapped, because Britain took the money and didn't give them the tanks. So we had this political situation in the UK where people kept getting kidnapped when they went to Iran, and the news would never say why. They'd never say why. And so I didn't even know about this. Oh, there you go. That just goes down to bad luck, sheer bad luck. 45% accuracy missile dodges all the dark fires and kills that. Wow. And yeah, these people, they would go into Iran and they'd get kidnapped. And yeah, the news never said why. And then eventually they got a caller on. And they said, so why do you think Iran has kidnapped your family? And they said, oh, it's because basically Iran paid for a bunch of chieftain tanks. They didn't say chieftains, they said Iran paid Britain for a lot of military equipment, and then Britain didn't give them the military equipment, and that's what happened. That's actually what happened. And that's why the Iranians were kidnapping people. So the way it got resolved was the British paid them, and then they stopped doing it. It's absolutely hilarious. So yeah, basically Britain sold Iran a bunch of chieftains. Iran paid up, and then there was a revolution in Iran, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard took over. And then Britain said, "Oh well, we're just not giving you the tanks then." And yeah, this one doesn't. He says as it absolutely rinses that chieftain. So yeah, you see that the T-72s are just way better, and the way into just trying to solve this is by spamming FV432 Milans and Milan Spartan MCTs and just 10 trillion Milans. The only issue is that the packed ATGMs outrange the Milan quite substantially. Yeah, what can I say? So Inter just bought some Abbots, presumably for smoke. 82mm mortars are better for smoke. I saw a post in the War Yes Discord about how the Abbots are better. They're not. I tested them. They're not. The 82mm self-propelled's way better. Because the Abbots usually further back. If you bring it really far forwards, then yes, the smoke lands faster. But then you have the next problem, which is that, for starters, you can't turn off the corrected fire. Oh, here we go. The Grad's out. That is a really good Grad volley. Integer's going to lose all of this if he's not careful. I think he'll get the dark fires out. In fact, it looks like he's going to get it all out. But he's actually retreating into it. Are there two Grads? No, he's just retreating into it because he thought it was here, I suppose. So there you go. Tomato Addicted pushes him back. And Integer is falling all the way back. He's got the point advantage. He can afford to chill out a bit. He's got this thing. You know, it's a Lynx with a massive eyeball strapped to the side. So it's got exceptional optics because of the big eyeball which sees you. And yeah, so he actually saved most of his units there, but he lost the position. Javelin LML purchased. Wow. He must be desperate. It does have good stealth now, but as you can see, it dies to... Oh, okay. Does it die to ATGMs? I guess we'll never know. But yeah, they are really... Oh no, they've sped it up as well, actually. It's 18 kilometers an hour. Okay. I still prefer the regular Javelin because it's got exceptional stealth, whereas this is only good. And what the hell happened there? Okay, wow. Yeah, I mean, it's got decent accuracy, 65% with that one vet. But, yeah. I'm pretty sure they die to ATGMs. If they fix that, it might be good. They should have just given him a refund. This stuff happens all the time. They're not going to give him a refund. It's literally are we the baddies moment. Literally are we the baddies moment. Javelin Lamau, yeah, exactly. Javelin LMAO. But it's got good stealth now. It used to be mediocre. And it is only 50 points. So I can see why he's bringing it. Anyway, these are now 3 vet, which means they actually shoot pretty fast. Wow! You can shoot them every 27 seconds. So that's almost 2 volleys a minute. Well, okay, it's more than 2 volleys a minute, sorry. So, you see that his Inf, he knows that he can't really beat the enemy Inf with gun group. So he's set it out here so that as soon as these guys show, they'll start shooting this, and then the chieftains can do the killing. But honestly, I think if he rushed this, or at the very least, he could use the. Uh-oh. His abbots are gonna get smacked around a bit. They'll probably survive. It depends. It just depends on the RNG of these volleys. It looks like It looks like he's going to make it. Oh, no, he got hit again. What? No, no, what? Oh, it was close, but he made it. It literally is just on the RNG of those volleys. If this was closer, then it would have killed it. So that is one way you can mitigate against poor RNG. You can be closer to the enemy. But yeah, British tanks are the best in the world because they invented the tank. So they're the best, obviously. Does exceptional optics help spot units in buildings better? Yeah, it still has to be in LOS. So it still has to be in LOS, but it does help you spot guys in buildings a bit better. It's still not that exceptional, to tell you the truth. You can still... Stealth is still stronger than recon in this game, which I think is a mistake. I would make recon stronger than stealth. But then if you make recon too strong, you have a problem with tank blobs just roaming through the forest, killing all enemy ATGM positions, and infantry dudes can't do anything about it because all their ATGMs just explode as soon as they shoot. The French invented the tank. This is literally incorrect, bro. Why do you think it's called a tank and not a ho 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 or a Renault? So, will he smoke this? Will he notice? What is he doing? He's not hitting anything, that's for sure. Oh, what a shame. Maybe he already used the smoke, or he just wasn't paying attention. It's a shame, because he could have saved that. He had a lot of time to do so. Hellarm brought out, but the Zhilka, the Polish Zhilka, is... I think the Zhilkas are a bit weak, to tell you the truth. It's mainly because I think their price was due to their anti-infantry role, because they are pretty good against infantry. But yeah, I think Int's just on full defense now for the last 24 minutes. And yeah, what could I say? How's it going, Feder? Thank you for donating to the prize pool. If you want to help out the winners of this tournament, you can donate to the prize pool. I did see that Feder donated there. So we've got... this isn't representative, but basically Feder gave $40 and he linked his YouTube channel. So you can check out Feder75 on YouTube. He uploads like ASMR clips of things shooting. It's pretty cool. In the meantime, literally nothing's happening here, so back to what I was talking about. And so he gave $40. I gave 50 from myself, and then Duck Duck Chai Chan donated $11.50. That was from the previous tournament. He was the 4th place winner, and he said just put it in the next one. And Helljumper, French Helljumper, donated $57.50. That was from the previous tournament. He said just put it in the next one. And Alex Towers gave $5. So thank you to everybody who donated. It helps the players. I don't take anything from that, by the way. I mean, I'm literally putting money in. It cost me $50 every time I run this tournament. I did actually write down how much I'd spent on tournaments. And it was a lot. £425 I've given to tournaments in this game. So there you go. I'm helping. So yeah, that's me reinvesting the money from the channel, but soon I will be unemployed, so I'm going to start doing tournaments without prize pool. Or I might make like a joke prize, like you get a copy of Industrial Annihilation, because for some reason I have 2 copies, because I accidentally backed the Kickstarter twice like a moron. That's a really bad game, by the way, don't buy that game. It's literally an insult prize. So yeah, thanks for donating to the tournament prize pool. And like I said, we don't skim off the top there. I don't skim off the top with the tournament prize pool. There is an option on the website for you to do it, and it's like, what? It's interesting they give you that option. Like, you can just pay out the whole prize pool to yourself. I wasn't in charge of the DEFCON 2 one with that $1,000 prize pool, $1,169 prize pool. Phantom F3 takes out the Syria AT there. He only gets 4 of those. But 4 is sufficient. He's not really facing very good tanks. So you see Integer is ceding ground here. It's just very difficult to attack. But yeah, Tomato, he's got up to here, which is very important, actually. Integer CV gaming. He has 3 CVs. Big on the CV gaming. And yeah, there's a lot of ways that these games are abstracted that favours Pact. And you could say that it's intentional or otherwise. But it's things like, oh, looks like thermals aren't modelled in the game's accuracy calculations. Should just be a 5% buff to accuracy, right? Looks like we're not going to model those. So, Pact's fine. And looks like all the reverse speeds are going to be 100% reverse speed, same as forwards, same as backwards. Oh, so all the T-Series tanks aren't going backwards at 5 kilometers an hour like they do in real life. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Does Eugen hire military historians? They do, yes. They're like contractors. I don't think they're employees, but yeah, they've got a few. There's more than one. And I don't know what the payment method is, if it's like salary or what, but I know they exist and I know they're paid. I know who they are, but I'm not telling you. That's not a good idea. I don't want a repeat of, you know, we live in a post-drama meta, basically. The drama's over. Sauron died, right? The ring fell into Mount Doom. And now we live in a period of unprecedented prosperity. But yeah, losing one of those Darkfires was pretty rough. Oh, no, I see. These are the 2 that were at 2 vet. My bad. Did he just shoot his own guy? Oh, no, I see. It was this one. But yeah, the fact that he's selling the transports they come in, that is weird, man. But you can... I'm pretty sure you could use this to tow that. I'm pretty sure you can. You can use an M113 to load a Nighthawk. An Nighthawk, sorry. Not a Nighthawk. Yeah, they get the DLC for free. I do as well, which is it's a big shame, actually. I mean, obviously, I'm great. I saved 20 quid. But... a lot of people ask me, would you buy, you know, do you think it's worth the money? And I do. Well, it depends how much you play the game. If you play the game, if you're going to play 20 games of NORTHAG divisions, then yes, it's worth it. Because it's like £1 an hour. 20 minutes to make the deck, 40 minutes for the game, that's about £1 an hour, roughly. But whenever I say that, I have to caveat that with the fact, but I got it for free. So, it's a bit silly. What I really think they should do is make a referral link. Make some referral links, and then I'd be making 10% every time I shield this game. And that would be perfect, man. I'd shield this game so hard. I'd make so much money out of that. It's probably for the best that they don't. But yes, that chieftain on the... I was quite surprised this one survived, actually. But you see, it all just comes down to the RNG. Oh, mate, I wonder if he'll smoke or if he'll just sit around and die. Oh, he gets out of the range. But you see that these do outrange that by 1 pip, so wow, he could shoot. And it just doesn't matter. I mean, there's very few situations where it actually matters. But yeah, you could certainly be using this and putting that there and using that max range there. But what Integer really needs to do is just pay a little bit more attention here and quit losing his tanks to artillery. Like, what's going on there? But yeah, he needs to take this back. Because you'll notice that Tomato is slowly getting here. He is slowly pushing him back. Integer's conserved his losses. He's not lost that many units. But yeah, another thing you can do is definitely you should be holding this. Oh, you literally just put somebody there. And then you put the tanks here, and then you can put them over here, and they'll shoot in the side, you know. But yeah, you see how difficult it is to attack on this map. But Tomato is slowly getting there. He is slowly getting there. He does have the better division. I don't agree with the Abbots at all. I'd much rather bring the actually good RT that 4th gets. That's one thing 4th gets better than 1st UK. It gets heavy artillery. It gets the ones from 2nd UK, basically. What's my favourite NORTHAG div? The Belgian one. That's my favourite. It's a shame it's so crap. I really like the idea of... just the spam. I find it absolutely hilarious. That's why I hated Balance Man so much, because he absolutely despises the very idea of spam and thinks it shouldn't be in the game, and just inflates the cost of anything that should be cheap to make it useless. I love spam. I'm a big spam fan. Congratulations on passing your exams. But yeah, 4th is not great at all. Its units need to be cheaper. This transport should be coming on the rifles and the other stuff. And, uh-oh, there go those Darkfires. They're turning. Shouldn't have turned. I think that's going to kill him, actually. Oh, he loses them both. That's rough, man. I mean, I'm not sure why he had him there, to be honest. That's not actually cover. This is cover, but they were here, and these trees aren't cover. These are these little shrubs here. This isn't cover. This is. So yeah, he lost a dark fire there, which is a pain. But we don't actually see that many planes from Polish Circle. So these have bad stealth, which makes them pretty bad. But a Milan for 30 points with smoke is decent. And yeah, he needs to bring up his, like, only one of his tanks is shooting. Can bring them all up. Move this back a bit. These need healing. He's getting tired. He does have to control like a lot more units than his enemy because his units are low quality, so he gets more of them. Although having said that, not really that much. I mean, depends what you bring on 9th. Oh, this is Circle. Sorry, you do get Paichota Zedmech with BWP1s in large quantities. Very large quantities. I like small elite units. Well, heavy tanks are basically not meta anymore because the suppression values went up so much that it's just not worth it. But yeah, integer, he's just getting overwhelmed here. The T-72s are just too cost effective. Surprised he didn't go for one of the low ones. He could have finished it. Maybe he couldn't see it. Anyway, there's still enough AA here to make a difference, and this is now 2 vet from a kill. Will that Sultan die? Whoa. Oh, it does! Damn. Good job he brought all these backup CVs. But yeah, Tomato, he's slowly gaining ground here. I do wonder when we'll see the smoke mortars. Really, the trick to this zone is, yeah, you get... Like, holding this is basically impossible because you don't have good stealth, and so all the ATGMs just get you. Depends what div you are, right? So you hold this, and you try and get to here. Once you get to here, then you could smoke this and get in from this side. I've had to do it only a couple of times, but it is very difficult. Here we go, Coffin Launcher out, gets the tank. In, just making some micro mistakes. I want him to win because he's playing such a trash div, but he's just not paying enough attention. Like, this is dying. You see the T-72s are not only cheaper than these, but they are also better. The only difference is the range, which really doesn't matter. Did that drop its bombs? I don't think it did. I didn't see it come in. And, yeah, so this... He's losing his CV tank. So, like, he used to have 3 CVs here. Now he's got 1. He is dying to fire there. Wusu don't have AT. The BMP2, though... Oh, it's the T-55s. And because this is low cohesion, it's going back slowly. So he's brought up some rifles and assault pioneers here. So it's that hard reverse. Over here, yeah, it's difficult to hold this position. So easily spotted. Tomato addicted, man. He doesn't like his smoke. Although he's started smoking now. But yeah, pushing from here to there is basically impossible. I've only had to do this a couple times. It's quite rare that you end up in this situation. Usually people attack this point and this point. And this point gets attacked a lot, and these points get attacked a lot. This point is very, very rare to attack, because it is such an easy to defend point. So the way you do it is you take this hill. This hill here gives you, you know, for starters you've got, you use this, so you get up to the hill from here. You take this, then you take this, then you smoke from here to here, and then you get the CV in. Because once you're up to here, you're cutting an enemy reinforcement line. Obviously you can use this one. And then basically you've got a standoff here, where you can ATGM him and tank him from here. Whereas if you're just running across the open field, you do take heavy losses. He is doing alright for himself, but the tanks do have 1 pip less range than the chieftains, and you do feel that when you start running over open fields towards them. The Darkfire has 6 rounds for whoever asked before. Did I say 4? My bad. And that Phantom should get that MiG-21, but it's probably going to die for it because the Cubs are there. No, he gets out. And the Cubs were out of ammo. So the Phantom's not going to die either. And yeah, Int's just getting hammered by the Danners. You basically just got to move your stuff constantly. I wish I was playing Warno right now, but I lost in the first round, and it wasn't my fault. And here comes the smoke. Here comes the smoke. So yeah, okay, so now that he's taken this, you can get this in here. But, you know, stuff that's here can still fight that, so... Like, Int's still in this. He needs to get something, like an infantry unit into here. Because they're, like, even that gun group is not doing anything else. You get it into there, and then when he comes in, you can kill him, right? But using the smoke before you have the CV up is really weird, because not only have you telegraphed your intention to the enemy and given him plenty of time to react, but also he's got plenty of time to counter battery your smoke mortars, which he should be doing. Like, these fire all the time, that's why he brought them at 3 vet, or 2 vet and then a CV. So he needs like a couple rifles in this building, and he needs to take this back. If you lose this, you lose this zone, basically, as I've just been speaking about. FV432 cannot tow Darkfire. Only transports that have the truck icon can move it. Sad. Are you sure? Because the M113 can tow it. A regular M113 can tow an IHawk. Have you actually tried that yourself, or are you just going off the traits? Because the trait system is bizarre and doesn't work properly, so gotta be a bit careful with that. This will probably die anyway. Oh no, okay. But yeah, that Darkfire's out of rounds, and this one didn't shoot, apparently. So now he's going to keep this back here, so that he can try and fight enemy planes as they come in. So this Phantom F3 is probably going to lose that fight. Oh, it routs the first one. Okay. It did. Well, yeah, it has lost that fight. It has lost that fight because one enemy still hasn't been evac'd. I'm trying to see if it dies there. Oh, final missile. No, it gets out, but it did lose that fight because the red plane is still there with his 0 missiles, but, you know, he kept the thing, right? And he's going to use his 8 bullets on this Helm as he comes in. Deus Ex Machina from the black void back here, which turns into blue as you zoom in. And that was a bit silly of him, to be honest, because he's flying back over the AA. Right, so now Int really needs to get some infantry into this smoke. And he really should have been counter shooting these with his Abbots, which he has lost somewhere. Where'd they go? Oh, there's one. No, there's 2. So yeah, he's gonna... Integer, come on! Quit throwing! Oh, it misses! No, Integer, please! At least get a CV in the zone, Integer! No, don't go over there, Integer! Ah! He's got AirPods in, he can't hear me! Why is he firing Abbots into smoke? Target the mortars, Integer! No! Ah! And then he loses an Abbot to a BWP2. This is actually a pretty interesting strat. It might actually work, although he's not using the road, so these tanks are just literal snail-paced tanks. Why is he coming over there? No, Integer, it was going to work. You could have been there. So now you need some smoke of his own with his remaining Abbot. He could smoke here and get in. Integer, please. Why are you coming over there to fight the T-72s, Integer? No! Get up to here, please. Oh, man. He's basically like my Warno soulmate, because he plays in such a funny way. I hate playing against him. People say the same thing about me. And yeah, he didn't bring any smoke or anything, and he took too long because he didn't use the road, and now he's just going to die to Mi-24, so... It's very, very sad. He didn't bring any AA. He's sending the fighters, but the fighters have the Cubs been resupplied? They haven't, but they are about to be. And he didn't buy any infantry for this. He's just letting him sit there on the +2. Oh, there's a lot of Cubs there. And, yeah, what could I say? Big throws from Integer. Like, he needs to deal with this with infantry, which he gets plenty of. Here we go. No, that's going the wrong way again. You hate to see it, etc, etc, etc. So... I don't think this is a good idea because there will be enemy tanks coming over this ridge. Obviously he can't see those, but actually he could because this revealed it for him, so he should know about this. And this thing is smoking, okay. And then it's going to run into the smoke. Oh! Headshot! And he has capped the zone, and he has got back in here with his own smoke, perhaps. He's finally used smoke, first time in 2 games. The enemy is falling back, despite having the better close-range tank. And what the hell is going on? They've seen each other. Integer's left the zone with his CV, though, which means he's no longer... Oh, this is gameplay right here. The highest level of Warno gameplay. Uh-oh, the T-55 leaves the smoke. Will it get shot by the Chieftain? No, the Chieftain drives into the smoke and loses vision on the T-55. What's going to happen there? You can't see anything. What is going on? Why didn't he just put a rifles in there? No, he's losing tanks. Will he win the duel? There's a gun group there. Will he smoke? Will he smoke before he dies? He smokes the wrong way because he's facing the wrong way and he loses his CV. But he's still got a Sultan here which he can send. And a Chieftain back here which he refused to resupply. Tomato Addicted hasn't moved his smoke. This is still blue for some reason. Although it's just been recapped. And... But basically the vision in smoke is legit like 50 meters and the minimum gun range on tanks is 35, so it's absolute AIDS. But Integer needs to do a bit more smoke in here because that T-72 is still on the prowl. He's sending in the Chieftain. I don't recommend it. You want to be sending in Integer. But yeah, now that that's stunning that up, he should be fine. This isn't resupplied though, so he can't do much about these helicopters. I think he's out of jets as well, because we just saw him use them all. But because of that smoke, he is covered. Oh, he's bringing up Lamaus, Javelin Lamaus. Big Lamau moment there. What a crazy game. 4 minutes left. Who's going to win? Keep in mind there will be another tournament on February 1st, hosted by I'm a Whale. You gotta join the Warriors Discord to join that tournament. It uses the random deck drafts. So that is pretty funny. Here we go, counter push from Tomato. He knows he's got one shot, but Integer already had a counter push set up here to counter push. So this is not gonna work out. But what a funny game. Really, Tomato should have pushed this axis more and then smoked from here to here and he would have got in just fine with tanks on Overwatch up here. Malyutka ATGM, stuff like that. He just played it wrong. It's very, very rare that people attack this zone. So so I think it just comes down to that. That was probably the best game of the tournament so far. He did have a CV, it died. Oh, my bad. So you're talking about when he first smoked and I said, why isn't he coming in? But yeah, this has definitely been a very, very funny game. But yeah, I think Integer can win. I think Tomato... Well, it really comes down to like this CV basically, which that's a weird place to bomb, but okay. Which is going to run into 3 Lynx Hell Arms. This is really something. But yeah, the 3 Lynx Hell Arms might have something to say about... And he's not smoking it. He's ran out of smoke ammo. And he's not opted to resupply. So he's sending the Mi-24Ds to try and shoot him with the guns. But yeah, 3 Lynx Hell Arms. There you go, your first finalist. Ladies and gentlemen. It's Integer on 4th UK. 4th UK beat Polish Circle. One of the best decks in NORTHAG. Absolute power to Integer there. Really good play. I wish he'd just abuse smoke a little bit more, then he'd be the perfect Warno player. Because he does everything right in terms of, like, being really fucking annoying. But he doesn't use the smoke. That's the last step. That's the final step of being really cancerous, is using the smoke spam. So yeah, power to him. But yeah, that was a tough one. So there you go. Now it's going to be the 3rd place game. And then it'll be the finals. So we're just setting up what's going on next. I've been pinged a lot of times here. Ah, thank you. So the Yuki Por game, I think, just finished, and so we'll be going to the 3rd place games, and we'll have some time to show off the stuff. So basically, spoilers for the Yukipor game if you don't want to know. And then I can show you the picks, which have generously been provided by the ex-Cena. I keep wanting to call you John Cena. So yeah, this is spoilers if you, because obviously, well, I guess we could just blitz through the other semi-final if nobody says what's happening. We could just blitz through the other semi-final really fast if somebody uploaded the replay, which they did. So let me just, I need to restart the game, and then when I launch it, it'll tell you who wins. So I just need to black the screen out for a few seconds. But I hope you're enjoying the tournament. I've cheered up a bit now after my monumental cope, where I DDoSed myself in that game because I knew I was going to lose and I wanted to have an excuse. I'm called Hippie because my Xbox Live motto used to be "Burn the hippies," and I got banned, so I became Hippie. I got banned because I beat all my friends at Halo, and they all mass reported me, and then that triggered a manual review, and they read the motto, and they're like, "Oh." So I got temp banned off Xbox Live for the motto "Burn the hippies." So when it came time to go on the computer, I became Hippie. And also, I think it's really funny because I'm literally the furthest thing from a hippie you can get. I'm a chemical engineer, and I'm a Muslim, and so I call myself Hippie. Oh, wow. This was a 3-minute game. We should have done this one first. So we've got another fourth game. So let's get the poll up. Don't want to spoil it. So let's get the poll up. Let's do a poll. Who's going to win? Who's going to win? Yeah, Skull. Who will win the next game? Yukipor 25Y, which is one of the favourite divisions in the top. I'm surprised, actually, that he's using... who should be permabanned? Oh, no, it was a temp ban on Xbox Live. Or Resnos. Who is for UK. This is the other semi-final, yeah. So you got to cast your vote. It's quite a short game. So 25th is one of the strongest divs in NORTHAG, and so I'm very surprised that he's pulling it out against 4th UK. But it might have been that he got first pick, and so he didn't really have a choice. But he's shown a lot of respect to Resnos by picking this div. Resnos has had a pretty interesting route. He beat Helljumper, so he did something right. But the other guys he beat, me, and he beat Skull as well. He's actually done really well for himself. Yes, you will now get people saying 4th UK doesn't need buffs. Happens every tournament, bro. So yeah, this is a 3-minute game. We've got 80% on Yukipor. I like those odds. So, and the rough, and it is Yukipor with the 25th Soviet. Really, really strong div. You get so many T-64s. The disadvantage is you get literally 119th levels of infantry. You get 5 cars of infantry, so it's very difficult in some 1v1 scenarios because you just don't get enough infantry. And this is the semi-final, yeah. This NORTHAG, so I like the pie chart. I think that's good. This 25th one actually has 2 designs, and they put one into the game, and then they swapped it out for a better one. So if you... I need to show you it. Where is it? The game's happening quick. So this is what it should actually look like, and apparently in a patch or 2 they will update it. So that's what it should actually look like, and that looks sick, dude. The black, red, and yellow, it looks really good. This looks garbage. It's just the 119Y one, but with 25 in it. So, really interesting strat from Pilsudski. He smoked this, but he did it so early that the enemy now knows what he's going to do because he's literally nowhere near it. And I'm getting a sinking feeling that this is going to kill everything. The track rapiers are at the front. Oh, he stopped them, so now the tanks are at the front. So that's good. That's something at least. This AVRE as well needs to be like 80 points, and the normal one needs to be 70. It's just things like that. Everything that's cheap is overpriced, and it's very difficult to get things changed now because it's basically designed by committee, and it takes longer. But so okay, so he hits the tank. He hits the other tank. He misses one, and he dies. He bought some time, and now Yukipo knows exactly what's happening. I'm surprised he unloaded here. I figured with the smoke being here, he would know what's about to happen. So a very brave attack here from our semi-finalist, Pilsudski. And yeah, he's going to get in, it seems, with at least one unit. And if he gets the Carl Gustav to here... Oh dear, he loses one. Do these have smoke? They do, so we could have smoked there. He could be smoking here, instead of just dying. But if he gets to here, you know, gets to here, he can start doing Carl Gustav things. But this isn't looking very good, and I think I know how this game's gonna end. So, you know, credit to Resnos. He could have, if he hadn't done that, he probably could have played a bit more. Like, he's got the point lead. But I don't know, picking 4th UK into Yukipo is a bit of an odd one. Maybe he had to go to sleep or something. Because yeah, that is looking pretty won over to me. So now we're going to show you the NORTHAG tournament picks, now that you know every game that's happened so far.